Hi there, folks, and welcome to session 32 of Fathoms Below. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. With me today, we have got 4 of 5 of my amazing cast. We've got Just Kyle, we've got Selkie Cove, we have got Madness Diamond 2.0, and we've got that one Warlock. Housekeeping. Do we have housekeeping? No. I'm going to get right on to letting my cast do the wonderful work that they do, and I'm going to ask them my favourite question. Guys, what the uckety fuckety happened last session?
1, 2, 3, not it.
No.
I was vibing!
It's and the vibe has been your downfall, my friend.
The vibe hath betrayed you.
Okay. So, we had the duel that has very much been rumoured and layered, and just an underlying tone between the dynamic between Luce and Ariel. It finally happened. Luce got hit. Ariel actually pulled out some moves. So, points there, and then Luce raged, and Luce then took them for a walk. Which, the end was expected, but the interim point, that was excellent. Marisol has started to set up I'll call it the ideological discussion of how does we want to go forward as a crew, and with the code, and we set up those conversations. Shelley has seen none of this happen. Shelley has been sleeping, and I'm amazed they're still alive, given everything that wants to kill us. Shelley literally was alone to sleep. Who knows? Afterwards, we then went and did a bittersweet moment for Ariel, where we went back to Cephalopore Tower so that Ariel could let go of the past. Quite literally. And Echo could get a snack. We've now seen how Echo hunts, and it is chef's kiss. Please go watch it back to see the description of just how a 2'6" creature is actually the scariest of the party. And now we are in a different kind of scary scenario. We are at a cottage that would, if it was above water, would fit right, in my opinion, in the Yorkshire Plains. With a lovely garden, and a neighbour that seems oh so nosy and is totally not a threat, even though they're a sea hag and they're being nice and polite. And if you know any lore about your hags, this is a massive alarm bell for both Feather and Reaver. But the rest of people are like, no, it's fine. And Ariel says, hey, they're great. It's fine. Nothing can go wrong. And then there's the after credit scene that none of us know. But please go watch back if you want a interim, because we're probably going to have combat this session, if not next.
And nothing can go wrong. Oh no, it all went wrong.
And that's all I'm going to say. There is a couple other things that I'm going to give you the tidbit statements of, which is there was another Echo Reaver conversation. There was a Feather Reaver conversation. And there was a, shall we say, a defining fracture that is being brought to the attention. And I'm going to say go watch it back, because it cannot be summarized in less than a 20-minute parable, and I'm not going to do that. Go watch it. It's great. And we adore all our players here. Anything else anyone want to add?
Anybody
No,
got
spot
anything
on.
want to add? No? Okay. Thank you very much for that wonderful read-through. Oh, does Selkie have something they want to say?
Oh, no. No, Selkie's being a gremlin in the chat.
Okay. We ended last session with Ariel leading you guys into their, as it was so accurately put, lesbian cottagecore fantasy. As you guys make your way inside, Ariel, as the door opens, please describe to the party what they see as your house.
Oh my goodness.
You've had a week to plan this, so I'm hoping for some real shit.
I have. Have I spent that time preparing or just having a mental exhaustion from work stuff? Yes. But as you come in, it is this lovely wooden thatched cottage is very... It's like taking something out and putting it somewhere where it wouldn't belong. The walls are lined with shelves and bottles and bits of herbs and kelp that's just hung there and just freely floating. There's a little, what would you call it? Like a nook that seems off-putting, especially looking forward. It's obviously where Ariel does his witch business, where there's like bottles spilled over, herbs scattered about. There's weird like sigils carved into it. There's a sack there that you don't know what's in it, but it's there. And along the other shelf, there's just a section of the wall that's just bottles filled with various different things. Some of them even look like they are like plants that have been picked and put into the jar to become kind of a terrarium. There's no water in there, but they're just growing. And there's some with unsettling things, like there's bits of something you're not really sure what's in there, but it's like spattered around. And off to the side, and there's a little sleeping area, which just looks like the most coziest place ever. It's multiple blankets, a couple of pillows, and a very large bed. And be a queen-size bed, for those wondering. And yes, Ariel does in fact live alone. Just takes up space. And then off to the other side is this immaculate kitchen area, where there are pots and pans hanging from the ceiling, and just each little section would be a cook's dream. And then in the center is a little pit of like square cut out in the floor that just goes to the sand below, but it indents. It looks like there's like charred-ish, if you could describe it like that, of the sand. And yeah, that is my welcoming abode. It is in fact a lesbian's wet dream.
Fantastic, thank you very much for that. Ariel. So as you guys are brought in, you can see this beautiful home out in front of you. What would you guys like to do as you are, from what I understand, preparing to settle in here for the night? Or at least until the night passes, setting in for a rest.
Ariel has started moving around and is like... It's like that hyperfixation mode has kicked in and is just taking everyone that comes in on a guided tour of the entirety of the house. And it's like, don't worry about the pit, it's fine. It's mainly there to be creepy. It's fine. There's no real significance to it. You're all fine. Please make yourselves at home. I'm gonna get like a platter or something ready for when Anna comes over. Should be here in about an hour or so. So, right. Make yourselves comfortable.
Can I go look at the bits?
Yeah.
I'll look at the bits.
There are various bits. Some are still preserved in the water. Some are preserved in air. Some are in some like brackish liquid that's still in there, but they're all in like... Some are in various bits of decomposing, some are not, some are preserved. It's... So, yeah. There's maybe a finger here, there's a snail shell, but the snail's still in it.
I love the aesthetic that's being thrown out here. So, Echo, you're overlooking at all the bits.
Yeah.
Ariel, would you say your bits, are they over by the same side of the house as the front door, or
No, it'd be in the back near the
back.
little witch corner.
okay, awesome. Thank
So
you very
if-
much.
If the corner is here, then the wall of jars is right there with the bits in it and the herbs and the plants.
Echo, is there anything in particular you want to do to these, or were you just over here to look at them? Is there anything in particular you want to do?
Echo's just vibing with the bits, kind of trying to figure out what the bits are.
Okay.
Echo is also bits. There's a kinship with the bits.
We are both parts of the same circle of Lego pieces.
Yeah.
Coming soon to a Lego store near you, Echo and the Bits.
I want that Lego set.
That's the goal for World Tree Quest, to get its own Lego set. Luce, what about you? Is there anything in particular you would like to do upon entering into this new domicile?
I don't think Luce moves further than, like, adjacent to the door. Because she's been here before in the past.
Yeah.
So the shock's kind of like, alright. There's more stuff, probably, than the last time I was here.
There's,
She's just-
there's more added to the walls, but everything looks very in the same place.
She's just standing somewhere out of the way, just watching everyone. Did Reaver fit in the door?
Just about.
That was going to be my question. Yeah, I was like, can I just like side glance and try and look like, how open space have you made this?
Pretty open. Like, everything, like the room to the left is like the bedroom area, then the room on the right is like the kitchenette. And then there's like an open space leading to like the walls where everything else is.
Okay, so there's not like hallways or stuff like that. It's like room,
No.
room. Just okay.
Yeah.
room. That one right there's our room. Okay. So, with that information, Reaver, is there anything that you do want to do?
Is there a window that looks at the hag's house? Are you
Yeah.
semi-detached? Are you detached house? Like,
Yeah, it's detached houses, and there are two windows on either side of like the open area on the wall with the jars and the other wall with all the hanging plants.
okay. And does the window that looks at the hag's house, is it blocked vision at all by your kelp garden or anything like that? Any plants? Basically, is there anything would block my vision?
I don't think so. No, because Errol and Anna are on very good terms, so it'd be that the window would be open so we can open it, lean out and talk to her and wave and say hi. So, no, you have a clear view.
Okay. Then I will, if need be, spectre walk through the wall. Because again, I genuinely think I'm too big and wide for that door with the new upgrades. And then I'm just going to stay staring at that other house. Very uncomfortable,
Okay.
but not doing anything, like not being actively aggressive, just being like watching.
So, Reaver, I need you to do two things for me.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to make me a perception check and an investigation check.
Okay. Excellent. So, 14 on perception, nat 1 on investigation. I'm probably about to knock something over here.
Okay, cool. On a perception check, everything seems absolutely fine. You can see the hag pottering about in her little cottage. You hear her talking, but she's talking in like a very sweetie voice, so chances are she's speaking to her catfish. With your investigation check, Everything seems fine. You can see the hag pottering about in her little cottage. She's talking to someone, but she's speaking in a very sweetie voice, so she's probably talking to her catfish.
Okay.
Hum. Ariel, make me an investigation check with advantage.
I also do have a question.
By all means, ask away.
Both Tom/Ariel and GM, but both of you.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be weird, but that's fine. Do any of the bits seem viable still?
I think there is like a little segment of a finger that belonged to something that has been like preserved that could be viable.
Okay.
And that is a 15 for the investigation.
Okay, was that with advantage?
Oh, no, it is not.
Did say with advantage.
Oh, okay. So 18 with advantage.
18 with advantage. As you're moving around, and you're trying to get the place all settled up in something, it's something fairly small, fairly innocuous. But like a statuette or something that you would have in your like little witching area, doesn't really seem to be in the place where you left it.
Well, Anna did say that people came looking.
Ariel.
Didn't say if they got in the house.
Ariel, if you're okay with me embellishing a little for the bits portion.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Go
Selkie.
for it.
Selkie, please roll for me a D... Let's call it a D... 8.
Can do. That's an 8 on a D8.
Nice.
Okay. There does appear to be... So this finger that Ariel was talking about, it is preserved and it does seem viable. It's also vastly larger than any normal humanoid's finger. It looks like a full, like, Polish sausage.
It's shoved in a jar.
Unfortunately, one, that is fucking neat. And Echo does spend a while looking at it and wondering what in the fuck it came from. And might even ask. But Echo, when Echo asks if it's viable, they look kind of disappointed when it's the finger. It's like, oh, okay. Almost in a, well, I didn't need that kind of way. And they'll look at it and they go, no, like, no teeth or other appendages. I guess Echo does guess they are just bits, but it was worth the shot.
And you see Ariel's like, look up and it's like he's like cataloging and go through a mental catalog.
Roll me a D100.
Yeah.
Let's see.
We're fleshing out your bits.
Oh god damn. 97.
97, okay. On a 97, it's not up here, but you do remember a time where one of these beasts, these denizens of the deep, didn't just crest over the darkness at the descent. They actually came up, like came right out of the black ocean, trying to grab onto a mist whale that was swimming over the descent. It was fought off. In fact, it was monumentally fought off as it tried to attack a male mist whale, and they have these large bony crests on the front of their head, and it knocked out a shard of the creature's tooth. Not a whole tooth, but a shard of its tooth. But even then, it's about as big as like a plate of like a piece of like shoulder armor. It's like as big as a plate of that. So, not like a World of Warcraft style pauldron, but like a normal sized pauldron. So yeah, there's something there about the size of a big dinner plate.
So, not on the wall actually. Look next to the hutch with the inscriptions. On the right side, there's something leaning against it. That might be a little bit more up your alley.
Echo will happily swim over, and start inspecting this shard of tooth.
You can make me, Echo, your choice. Nature or survival.
Survival.
Oh no.
I don't know shit. It's 7.
7.
I have a +5.
Oh no.
It definitely comes from a predatory creature. You can tell that because the edge of it is serrated. But whether it's like, a shark-like creature or some kind of large serpent, even one of the more nasty, warped, mutated creatures from the Black Ocean, you can't tell. But it's definitely something that's carnivorous and definitely something that is predatory.
I will look over at Ariel and go, Echo doesn't want to just take things from your house.
Take it. It's yours. I
Echo
insist.
will take the shard of tooth.
Okay, I love the idea of this all. Echo will take the shard of tooth as if this, but it's like
I know it's fucking massive.
the size of a large dinner plate, and Echo is 2'5", 2.5 feet tall.
Echo's gonna swim it over to Reaver and go, can you store this? You're muted,
buddy.
There we go. Without moving, because I'm just watching to it, I really don't trust this hatch. Everything in like the human body of like these things are not things to be trusted is just flaring off. So the head's coming off without moving.
put the shard of tooth in, and then we'll go back to looking around with Ariel.
Echo now has a bench to put inside Reaver.
Echo has plans for the shark.
What is Feather doing?
Honestly, Feather's probably doing the same thing as Reaver, but just in a magical way, not a standing outside way.
Okay.
Feather is kind of standing at the window and just like he's not actually like looking like out the window full on. It's like the window is here, so he's like that. And his hands are at his side, and he's just making semantic components while muttering under his breath.
I mean, I understand people are paranoid, but she's the sweetest. You guys have nothing to worry about.
Up on the surface, we have a legend about 2 young elves who also thought that there was a hag that was very sweet. The ending wasn't so sweet. She ate the children.
Well, luckily there's only 1.5 here, so.
I don't know. Something's off. Sea hags, they behave differently than the way this one is behaving. But I don't detect any kind of illusion magics. I don't detect any kind of transfiguration either. But yet this sea hag is, and again I say this in a very objectively platonic manner, Ariel is an attractive person, and this sea hag hasn't tried to claw his face off. That is strange.
Maybe Ariel ain't her type.
Maybe. And I mean, speaking of things that are out of sorts, I mean, with you and Thresher up on the ship, wasn't the whole thing about the strange banding together? Maybe she's just different.
We have a statement from where I'm from. Occam's razor. What it basically boils down to is that usually the simplest answer is the correct answer. And the simplest answer here is one of two things. Either we're being played, or that hag is not a hag. Or it's something completely far out of left field, and this hag has apparently broken all tradition and is an exceptionally kind and lovely old lady.
Has been to me for the past 99 years. So,
Interesting.
They ever had visitors?
them? Me.
No, more like them.
You can make a history check on that one,
Yeah.
Ario.
I'm checking if there's a coven.
12.
On a 12, yeah, you can remember two things. One, they do receive visitors. Not very often, but once or twice a year, a group comes and visits.
Yeah. Just a few come to visit her.
Do
Was
they,
it? Are
are they family?
Bran? Were they family or just like
They
various?
certainly
people?
look similar,
Yeah, I mean, probably.
but it's definitely more than two. It's like a group. Like you're talking like 11, 12 people.
Yeah, she has like her biannual party where like a group or so of her friends or something come visit.
Is that soon?
You can make a history check on that one, Ariel.
Yeah, 19.
Now that Reaver asks it, the last time you saw that group was about, 6 months ago.
Yeah, should be coming up soon.
The hand's gonna start going back and getting to a comfortable resting point. And just go, okay.
I will say this. I apologize. It's just a thing about my house. If all weapons could leave by the side of the door, this is a place of comfort, place of home.
I leave.
Fair
This
enough.
goes with Reaver.
I'll sit
Fair
right
point.
outside the house, but I'm not leaving a weapon.
Like Ariel has actually put both rapiers by the side of the door in a little cubby.
Feather's going to look at Echo, then look back at Ariel and be like, I mean, technically Echo and I are weapons, so
Not your body, like physical stuff.
arguably my body is a far more dangerous implement than anything I carry. And arguably
that, I mean-
any part of Echo's body is more dangerous than anything any of us are carrying.
Which I understand, but that's like magical stuff we can't really put down. I just ask that you refrain from doing it inside. Especially if it's harmful, only.
I understand.
I appreciate it.
Luce, You and Echo are now outside with Reaver, as far as I understand it.
Echo
Echo's
is
still
still
inside.
inside.
Echo's
This is
still
just
inside.
a
Sorry,
favor.
because I thought you'd went out to give him the tooth, the shard of the
I was
tooth.
still inside when that happened.
when Reaver was still
Inside.
inside. Was still
Oh,
inside
right.
by the window.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, apologies. Okay, so as Reaver leaves, Luce, you're going outside with Reaver. Okay. Luce, could you please make me both a perception and an investigation check?
Okay. I'm really bad at one of these. Famously.
And I'm only slightly bad at the other.
Perception's gonna be a 15, investigation's gonna be a 17.
Hey.
Okay. On the 15, there's somebody else in the house with the sea hag. On the
It looks like a hag.
on the investigation check, as you're standing outside with Reaver, the sea hag moving around, like, you know, her silhouette in the window and such, it's a repeated pattern.
This
She's
is
doing
gonna
like
smack
she's
Reaper.
doing like the same 12 things.
Reaver.
Yeah.
Are hags, like, repetitive?
Maybe. That's probably magic shit. Go get Feather.
Hi. He's your brother.
He's your boyfriend.
Fine. And she's just gonna dip her head in the door and not cross the threshold because she's not giving up her weapons. Just say, Feather.
He will turn and look and be like, yes.
In my head.
Oh. And you'll make that mental connection.
Hag's supposed to be repetitive. That one's doing the same like 12 things. And there's somebody else in there with her.
Anise hags can be repetitive. But I don't recognise anything about sea hags being repetitive. And he's gonna
Everyone thinks it's a magic thing?
Immediately fella's like, okay, he walks outside and he starts to observe it.
Mhm.
And then he's going to look at Adio and say, no magic inside the house, right?
No destructive magic inside the house.
What about the garden?
Please don't ruin my garden, but it's outside the house.
Okay. And he's going to start, doing semantic components for something. And I'm going to make the roll here. It's going to go... There is magic, but it's not originating from a cast spell. It's originating from something. Without seeing through the walls, I can't tell if it's because of a glyph, but it doesn't seem hag-like in origin. I also can't tell what type of magic, what the purpose of it is. It's illusion magic, definitely, but I don't know how I couldn't pick it up before. And you can see Feathers making that face where like he's both angry and contemplative at the same time. He's like, this stumped me and now I've got it. Why did it stump me before? Like, he's trying to figure it out and he can't figure it out, so he's starting to get angry.
Luce will just go wrap an arm around his waist and put her chin on his shoulder
Mm-hmm.
and just cock her head to the side. You're cute when you're angry.
You see his eyebrow raise slightly, and the corner of his mouth smile. And then he goes, I think I know how we can figure it out. There's one of two ways. One is creepy and one is dangerous.
We have someone who's a little bit of both.
They're the dangerous option.
Loose points to Reaver.
Reaver's just watching this and is like, am I going inside?
No. I was meaning the more dangerous option. He points inside at Echo.
Echo ain't creepy.
No. They're the dangerous one.
Oh.
The creepy one involves technically dismemberment. And he's going to lift up his hand and, like, I can turn my hand into, like, a spy. Durr. Get it? Spy. Durr.
From in the house, you just hear, boo.
At least you're cute.
I'm also incredibly intelligent.
Oh, I know.
I can also melt someone's brain from 60 feet away.
Us. So,
do you want to find out what's going on inside that house, or...?
Luz just looks at Reaver. Y'all seem to be real disturbed by the fact that there's a hag down here.
Hags don't
I
behave
think
like this, Luce. This is weird. This is weird enough to be scared.
Imagine I was meditating and I opened a pottery shop.
That would just be confusing.
Imagine Ariel suddenly deciding great axes and armor are amazing things. Imagine you taking up embroidery and gardening. Imagine Echo deciding to be a vegan.
One of those is just cruel and unusual.
I agree, it would be horrific to subject someone to a vegan diet.
Yeah. I can
World
just
Tree
knock
Quest
on
accepts anybody's what's the word?
Dietary.
Dietary choices and journeys.
Feather, on the other hand.
Feather, on the other hand, is a fucking carnivore. No, actually, Feather is not. Feather is a pescatarian.
Makes sense down here.
Also makes sense for winter. Because everything that is not fish
Everything's
is
hibernating.
big enough to fucking kill you.
I can just go knock on the fucking door.
There is also that is a viable option. Like that's a real option there.
I
I
thought you
nominate
were the
Malice.
intelligent one.
I am the
No,
intelligent.
we're not nominating Malice.
Speaking of Malith, inside Ariel has started giving out like charcuterie board plates to everyone, to Malith and Lenny. Fuck, I called him Lenny. Shelly. And Echo and Marisol. Shelly's is like has this like little paste that's essentially like an underwater pesto.
I love the idea of Shelley with this plate, but it's like really, really small. And I also just love the idea of Echo holding a plate. Like, is this edible?
Ariel does also come to the door with like a bigger plate for those that eat outside. Food?
Ariel, you should go knock. You should go check on your neighbor. Be all neighborly and such.
Okay. Here, this is for you. Hand loose the plate and walk over to Anna's.
Okay.
Echo will give their plate to Malith.
Yours does have meat.
Echo will give their plate to Malith.
Malith is like, He's got like Malith is a himbo in the same way that Goku is a himbo. So like he's like and you give him your food, he's like, okay, no questions. He's got like the cheeks are full, and it's like anybody says his name, and it's less of a what, it's like a so you hand him, and he's just like, awesome, cool.
I'll just head on over to Honest.
Shelley is almost the exact opposite. Shelley's picking up like individual bits of food, eating, and then just being like, and then like taking the corner of his little kind of like shawl thing and like.
I love him so much.
He's gonna die a horrific death in front of us.
I don't like to make a mess.
Die a horrific death.
He's
He's gonna live forever.
He's slowly evolving from being Lenny from Shark Tale into Sid the Sloth. I can't differentiate the voices. Oh look, a dandelion.
Must be the last one
of the season.
I was just gonna go knock, look over to the group waiting outside the cottage. Just
you go over, Ariel, and you knock, and as you knock, the door creaks open. Luce, Reaver, the moment the door creaks open, it's as if whatever light there was inside goes out, and the repetitive motions of these silhouettes stop.
Anna?
There is no sound.
Heather, at what point is Ariel's courtesy running out?
I don't entirely know what you mean by courtesy.
He just like is slowly. You can hear like his hand gripping the blade, as in like, I don't care if like, oh, good neighbor, it's a sea hag, kill it, and that's very obvious. Of protect the people around.
I don't know, but I've seen enough plays to know that if he steps inside that house and that door shuts maliciously, we should start breaking windows.
Okay.
Hey, Ariel.
Ariel's spent the last few minutes like getting a pouch and filling it with a catfish nip. It's just present for you. I missed you. I was gonna head back to the house.
Okay, so you put the catfish nip inside the house and then you just walk back.
Yeah.
Okay.
She must have been busy.
Ariel,
Yeah.
I might kill your neighbor and have fun
Please
doing
don't.
it.
Please don't. Please.
That's normal.
Yeah.
I just want to reiterate, just in case you've missed something there, Ariel. When you knocked the door, it creaked open, like as if it was unlocked.
Oh. Man,
Yeah,
I'll
I
take
thought you'd maybe missed something I said there. Yeah, it creaked open, and it is very dark inside the house.
Oh, so it like creaked open.
Yes.
Oh, I thought it like opened just a crack. Okay.
No. It like creaked open, like that. You know, like the typical horror thing of knock, knock, and the door's unlocked. So it's just like.
Okay, gotcha. I did miss that.
Right. Okay. I thought you might have. I just wanted to clear it up.
Yeah, I appreciate it. No answer. I'll just hold up a finger, cast light on the finger itself, and just.
You cast light, and as you do it, this place looks like there's been a struggle inside. Which is weird, right? Because you would have heard it, right?
Mm-hmm. Hey, Feather?
Yup.
Can I get your expertise over here for a second?
He's going to look at Reaver and be like, "Get the sword," and he's gonna make his
Immediately
way.
pulls it out.
And he's then going
and just says,
halfway through. He's going to turn around and go, "Oh, and just in case, we should probably get the big guns." So Get Echo.
Already spectering. Yeah, already spectering.
Get Echo.
Luce, could you get my swords, please?
Why? You use magic.
I'm branching out. Could you please get them?
You say he's magic, and as Fel's walking away, and you go like, he's magic, and and as you say that, he goes, gifted in many other ways.
She'll grab one of the rapiers and just kind of, because she doesn't understand the concept of having two of them. She uses a fucking shield. She's not a duel.
I got you, buddy.
She'll grab one of them, just thinking it's like, yeah, weapon, one-handed.
So Reaver, you went and got Echo as well, yeah?
Oh, I'm getting everyone. I'll be like, Shelley, you don't like blood. Stay inside. Others, let's go.
Shelley goes, are you sure? I can really try to be of some help here.
Shirley,
Yes.
stay inside.
Okie dokie.
Please and thank
He
you.
just sits down and goes back to eating his little, like, shrimp and kelp paste. Like, this is so lovely. I never knew plankton could be so exciting.
Echo like moves their body up from where they were like drawing patterns in the sand pit, and it's like, okay.
Oh god,
That's great.
Echo's a toddler. Echo just like, oh my god, sand.
Sand.
Echo's got like 2 cups and has made like 2 little towns and was like, I am the king of the castle. Echo is 100% the kind of person that would definitely copy Beavis and Butthead episodes. Like, they pull a t-shirt over their head and start going like, I am Cornholio.
I don't think Echo is Beavis and Butthead goes.
Nah. Honestly, I think Echo is Bluey.
Echo is Robot Chicken.
Echo is an adult. I need to remind some people.
Chickens on Adult Swim.
Echo is an adult who was just playing in a sandpit.
Out of
Yeah.
order. Yeah.
Echo's never seen a sandpit, hence the
New experience.
Centuries
They
later.
lived in the dead stretch. That's just a giant sandpit, albeit with definitely more corpses, but still.
Cozy sandpit.
It's a cozy sandpit.
So Echo, you get up from the sandpit and you make your way. Are you going outside or are you just going to the door?
Echo has no idea what's going on. Echo's just going to Reaver, like, okay.
Anybody else shouting Echo? No, I'm playing in the sand. Reaver shouts Echo. Okay. Okay, so
Yeah, once
Feather
arrives.
is crossing over. Luce and Reaver, you guys are kind of door frame adjacent, and Echo has just joined you guys. Malif is grabbing that flail, and he's just kind of standing like in the middle of like the sitting room, as if like, do I go? Do I not go? Do I go? Do I not go? Feather arrives with you, Ariel, and he just like he looks inside. I don't want to make any more snap judgments about your hag friend, but this just seems perfectly hag appropriate. Is she usually this disorganized?
No.
Okay,
Not that I've seen.
again, that right there, if you're seeing her as always having a clean home, that's very unhag-like. What do you want me to do?
Can you run it for magic?
He'll do detect magic again. It'll take him 10 minutes as he ritual casts. After that 10 minutes, he kind of frowns and he's... There are glyphs that have been placed here. They contain illusion magic. There's something deeper coming from within the house as well. Some form of conjuration magic.
It was
So
conjuration might bring something here to us.
So the thing that I saw of not the hag repeating itself is probably the first one. I don't
An
know what the
illusion.
second one is.
Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you. You only brought one.
I only need one.
And
Right.
two.
Reaver's just going to hold out the other one.
Um,
I'm going to turn around. Is Malith with us or not?
Yes.
as you guys have now crossed over to the hag's home, Malith is now
Yeah.
standing kind of like in the middle of the road between these two houses. He's keeping like a 15-foot distance, just so there is some kind of backward support. Feather will look at you and like, who wants to be the first one in the door?
Why don't we just do this instead? And Luce is gonna pull out. Hold on, I'm looking at my weird inventory of shit. Luce is gonna just pull out an arrow, because apparently I have 20 of those fuckers. Just gonna pull out an arrow and just chuck it into the house.
You throw the arrow in, and it flows in just like, a couple of feet, because, an arrow going through water is not going to go the same. So it goes like 4 or 5 feet in front of you, then just kind of starts to sink, and as it touches the floor, nothing happens.
Huh.
Alright, and Ariel walks in.
Okay,
Anna? You okay?
everybody perception checks. Based on sound.
It's a natural 20.
13.
23.
15.
Modified 20. Nope, wait, hold on. You said perception, not investigation.
Yes, you can't investigate with your ears. You're perceptioning with your ears.
Echo does it. 23.
Echo is Daredevil. Okay, so I believe the lowest there was yourself, Echo, with the 15. Yes.
Oh, buddy.
Echo,
No.
you don't hear shit. The rest of you barely hear the sound of hurried bustling and crashing underneath the house. And then a muffled scream.
Can I insight check a sound?
I mean, so technically, yes, you can, but I'm going to say this entire situation is iffy enough that you wouldn't really get anything from insight in this particular sound. The entire environment right now is giving off unsettling vibes.
Does it sound like Anna screaming?
It's too muffled to be able to say who it is.
God.
I think someone's trying to kill your neighbor before I can.
I'm worried.
That's rude.
Hey, Echo?
Hmm.
Will you remind me to do something very nice for Anna? And I'm gonna head to wherever like that muffled scream was and try and find. Is there like a trap door or anything?
Make me an investigation check. You have the light spell active, so
Yes.
you don't need to roll a disadvantage.
Sweet.
Echo is going to detach from Reaver and is going to go shadow Ariel.
Okay. In that case, Echo, if you'd like, you can also make the investigation check. Or you can give Ariel advantage. Your choice.
How's your investigation?
Take the advantage. Please just take the advantage.
Just take it!
Appreciate it, because I rolled the 1.
My investigation is +0.
That's better. 17.
You never would have noticed it had it not been for the differentiating light patterns that come from your light and Echo's natural glow. As they both cast shadows in different directions, you notice an overlap in the floor. Again, very, very, almost imperceptible except for this series of events. But you can see there is a trapdoor in the floor.
Hey, Feather, is there a glyph on this?
Feather will now step in and shake his head.
I'll open it.
Okay, so everybody that's inside the house right now is Feather, Echo, Ariel, Luce and Reaver. You guys are still outside, right?
So I was going to ask Feather something, but I didn't want to interrupt the investigation rolls.
Okay, what were you going to ask Feather before he heads inside?
Hag's a fae, right? That again, like...
Yeah, he'll nod to that.
And if you help them, they owe you favors without a choice.
Not technically. Only
I
those,
ain't risking it for them.
only those bound by the ordinance of the courts fall under that profile. Hags,
that
they
answers-
exist outside of the courts, so they can do whatever they want.
Hags
Okay.
are nobles?
Sorry?
Hags are nobles?
They're the opposite.
This is confusing.
Fae are very confusing. The conversation would be far too long.
Okay, well, I ain't going to save him then. Because I was generally, as a player, thinking, I could just spectre through the floor. But Reaver does not care for anyone who's not Krug. So I was like, can I get a reason to go help? No, there's none. Until Ariel goes down that hole.
On that note then, Ariel, Selkie, and Feather, I need you all to make Constitution saving throws.
Echo!
Whoops.
Echo, what did you do?
Echo!
Oh, that's a nat 1 for a 4.
That's a 6 for a 9.
And that's a 4 for an 8 from Feather.
We did great.
We did it!
And that's the end of Fathoms Below for today, guys. Thanks for coming to see. Okay, so no, there's no damage. There's no damage. But as you pull this, this purplish black cloud bellows out, and Ariel, Feather, and Echo. As you guys fail the saving throws, you start to cough, you start to splutter, and as you blink, everything here looks fucking astounding, amazing, looks beautiful. It's wonderful. Echo, this could be quite strange for you because you can't remember a time when you had eyes to see. But yet you're not perceiving this. You're seeing this. And the trap door that's been opened up, as you look down, there's this shining light down at the bottom. Like the clearest, brightest water. And you can see all kinds of people swimming around down there, and it looks just so astoundingly fun.
Oh.
You guys are compelled right now to move your not a dash, but to move your movement speed into the tunnel.
Yeah, Ariel's just gonna look to Luce and Reaver's like, the scream was just a party that's happening down here. Come on. And he'll just go down the hole.
Feather's gonna look back up and kind of shrug and be like, it looks like a lot of fun. And he's gonna like make his way inside.
Echo's not really turning towards anyone until it turned kind of in the direction of the door, and Echo goes, Echo didn't know they could ever see. And then Echo's gonna go in the hole.
All right, something's not right. Feather willingly left my side without a fuss.
Both of your faces, I love it.
Malif just like, that's really weird that's how you figured that out. Was that your boyfriend did not want to be too far away from you?
Pattern learning.
So, with arguably our most dangerous and most severe fighter, and both of our magic users gone, what do you two want to do?
I hate Faye. And then I'm just going to spectre through the dirt to go after them.
Road?
Okay, so you're going through the dirt. Luce?
Guess I'm going in the fucking house. I'm going into the fucking tunnel. Malith, are you coming with me into the creepy tunnel? Or are you staying out here?
Well, if I stay out here, chances are something's going to come and try and eat me, so it's probably best that I'm coming in there with you.
Alright.
Okay, so Luce, as you and Malif enter, I need you both to make Constitution saving throws.
Some decent views.
Brand, no.
19.
Luce, you are fine. There's just a bad taste in your mouth. Malif follows you, gets to the hole, and goes, "It sure does look like a good party down there," and starts swimming down.
I'm gonna smack Malith with my shield.
Okay, you smack Malif with your shield, you give him a whap in the face. Roll me the damage for your shield bash.
Do I have to roll to hit?
No.
Okay. Is he too gone? Shield bash is gonna be.
I believe we treat it like
It's
a club, so it's 1d4 plus your strength modifier.
Oh, okay.
I think a club is 1d4. Is a club 1d4 or 1d6?
1d4.
It's 1d4.
Oh, buddy. 5 points.
Okay, he takes 5
bludgeoning
points of bludgeoning damage. I rolled the con saving throw for him taking damage.
Yep.
And it was worse than the initial roll. So you smack him full force with a shield, and he just like kind of dazes a bit and goes, "Oh sure, sorry, I bumped into your shield there. If there's any blood on it, please, I'll pay for the damages." And he just keeps moving down into it.
That didn't work. Alright, fine. Luce is just gonna fucking follow Malith.
Okay, Luce, as you start going down into the hole, you can see at the bottom of this, there is an eerie as fuck green light coming from down here. Reaver, as you're making your way through the soil, you'll probably get there first. Down in this pit, well, you'll get there first out of the group that you left with. As you get down there, you can see Feather, Ariel, and Echo, all in an assortment of party-like behaviours. I'll let Ariel and Echo decide what they're doing. Feather is currently doing that, and I say this with the greatest amount of love for this NPC. He's doing what I affectionately like to call the standard white guy.
Ariel is tearing it up.
That's what Feather's got, right? He's charismatic and he's smart, but he's still a fucking nerd. That's what he's got. Every now and again he does the whole crisscross spin around and then goes back to that. That's what he's got. But there's no party down here, Reaver. What is down here is 2 people bound to the wall. One of them looks to be like maybe 14, 15, maybe 16 years old. Looks deep elf. And the other one is like a full-grown adult female deep elf. Or femme-presenting, sorry. Femme-presenting deep elf. They are bound like, arms chained, feet together. And like thick strands of like kelp binding them. And kelp over the mouth. And the green light is coming from almost like a geyser next to a carved opening at the western wall. Eventually Malith gets down here, and Malith immediately starts like this guy. He very similar to Ariel. He is breaking it down. Like he is like how would I describe how Malith moves? Malith moves like... Malith moves like Asmodeus in Hell of a Boss. Like, that's the level of dancing he's at.
Okay.
That's where we're at. Okay. On Echo's side, Echo is that like smooth kind of vibing, dancing. It's the wings are being used less for like swimming and more for like aesthetic vibes. There's humming and like giggling going on.
What about Ariel? What's Ariel's vibe?
Much like Malith, Ariel is tearing it up. I think at one point, once Malith gets down there, Ariel joins him and is kind of like trying to sync up with him.
Oh hell yeah! Like they're either like booty dancing together, or like they're like boy band synchronized. Like either way.
A bit of both, probably.
Is everything okay, buddy? You're rubbing your hands a lot. Are you all right?
Oh yeah, fruit snacks.
Okay, cool, got you. Where was I going with that? Yeah, so, Luce, when you get down here as well, you can see all four of these guys. They are like, vibing, they're like dancing out. You can just see Feather in the corner doing what is quite potentially the most embarrassing thing he's ever done in his life, which is... That's just him. He's just in the corner like this. You and Reaver will get there. Well, sorry, Reaver will get there first. You'll arrive and you'll see the scene that I described to Reaver. The people on the wall, the femme presenting one, is like trying to yell something at you, but that kelp is muffled over their mouth. What do you two want to do? Unfortunately, Echo, Ariel, you guys are still compelled. So, unless you take damage, this is it.
Reaver.
Reaver's just gonna silently just turn and just... And you're just going to... The only thing you might see, like, the blade's going to grip real hard. And I'm going to, as quiet as I can, with Spectre, like, using the dirt, like, so I don't walk, I don't make noise. I'm just going to float to the femme presenting one and be like...
They look you in the eyes. Their brow furrows. Almost in, like, either, like confused anger. And then they just kind of... And they nod. And then they kind of like jerk their head to the side and lock eyes with the younger one, and a look that very much says, "Don't fucking make a sound." Like, there's definitely a level of like they know this person, but this person is like, it's not like it doesn't look like siblings. That's the only way I would put it. It doesn't look like that.
Okay. I'm going to very quietly talk. As quiet as I lowly can.
Uh-huh.
And simply state, if I almost like to pull down, like, quietly. I'm going to slowly, gently pull the kelp off. And if I need to, I'm going to just break it with the blade, with the dagger, and like just slowly like carve at it as quietly as I can.
Okay. So you take the what's the word I'm looking for? You take the kelp off the mouth.
Gag?
The gag, that's it. You remove the gag for their mouth. And she takes a breath. And in a fairly gruff voice says, "Tell me you've killed her."
Not yet. Where?
She's going to look towards that green geyser and the hole in the wall.
Gonna point at our dancing party.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm gonna point at ears, and then gonna point at like her nose, because I don't have one. I'm gonna point at her lips, and I'm gonna be like trying to be like, it's gonna be the session of like, how is that happening? That is what I'm trying to ascertain, if she can work that out.
She's going to look over to a table off to the right hand side. What Echo and Malif and Feather and Ariel would see as like a snack table with drinks and stuff around it. It's got like mortar and pestle and these weird like kelp packages. I'm just going to say things from the garden makes them susceptible.
Friend or foe, or neutral? And that's a question to them. As I'm going to hold the dagger, not pointing at them, but like actually, like, are you going to fight with us, or are you unable to fight? It's the check.
All right. They narrow their eyes. They look at you, and they say, I am a servant of Nodal. I call only his followers friend. Everyone else is a potential foe in waiting.
I know that name.
You can make a religion check.
Probably not. Nah, it's a 10.
You know it's definitely the name of like a god.
Reba's gonna not know the name at all. I'm gonna guess because
Nah, you don't know the name.
under the sea boy, yeah. So it's gonna be the simple look at Lewis and like with like a, do you have any input?
No. God. Something.
This merfolk is going to look to the little deep elf next to them and kind of like roll their eyes and be like, Nodal is the god of war.
Oh.
Worshipped by those of my particular school.
So, you're good at fighting then?
If you can get me my weapon and my armor, I'll be much better.
Wait.
Do I see armor and or weapons?
Again, you can make an investigation check if you would like this.
God damn it. 12.
No, you don't.
No. This is just me like,
I love how as we're going through this really serious and terrifying moment, you've got Ariel and Echo actually vibing out and dancing. I love that I can just imagine you guys have just went, well, we're supposed to be vibing out. Spotify. Let's do this shit. Oh yeah. Rager,
Correct.
Rager.
why aren't you like that?
It's a natural born substance in the air. I'm immune to it.
Oh.
My squire here has a healthy constitution.
I am
It would appear some of your allies were not as prepared.
No, not at all.
Well, is somebody going to cut me out of these restraints?
Luce's. I'm gonna check one thing real quick.
Okay.
Make sure I was there for that part of the conversation. Was I there? I was. Not fully knowing the context of it, Luce is going to lean over to Reaver and just say, buy, break, or run.
Reaver will nod. He will point to them, and then the lights, and looking like which one are you asking about?
She's going to just motion to all of it with Tooth.
Okay. Point to those two and say, buy. Point to the light, break.
Aye. And she is going to start cutting away at the merfolk's bindings with Tooth.
The bindings that they have, are they kelp or metal, did you say?
They seem to be bound by really, really thick, rubbery kelp.
Okay. In that case, if you're going to try and use Tooth, I'm again going to be like, and then show the dagger and like just slowly like pressing through.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She's going to basically use the hook end of Tooth to try to hook into it and then like pull.
Okay. As you
And
pull,
Tooth is a boarding axe.
as you pull at the kelp and the bindings come off, you see she's not like the biggest merfolk that you've ever met, but she's definitely the most distinctive one. Her skin is like black and white. She, even compared to like the West Sea merfolk, who are very large, she is not large, but she is built. Like, she is broad chested, broad shouldered. She very evidently is built like a soldier, built like a warrior.
Because
Sorry?
You're fine. I was going to say, because the Western Sea merfolk were based on orcas, so they were like 8 feet tall.
The Western Sea merfolk are based on whale sharks.
Whale sharks.
She's based on an orca.
She's based on an orca.
She's one of the South Sea merfolk. And she is, ripped.
Mhm.
Very weird that she has like a small, like, deep elf with her. But as she kind of is set free from it, she rolls out her shoulders and she looks you up and down and goes, "Do you have a weapon to spare?"
Luce will just hand the sickle with the shield, covered hand or arm
She will look at
that
the
she
sickle,
carries on her.
then look at you, and then go, "I'll take my chances until I find my weapon."
All right.
I'm going to take Malith's flail.
He
Because
does
as far
not,
as I know, with the air thing, it doesn't affect me, so I'm just going to take the flail.
yeah, he does not. He does not react to it whatsoever. You take the
Cool.
flail. Are you handing that to her?
Yep.
She takes it and hefts it up while looking at it and goes, "This is an unholy weapon. Afterwards, I will need to cleanse my entire body."
Good practice. And then Luce will start cutting away at the squire's bindings.
As you release the squire's mouth, he's like, "Thank you so much. This was like absolutely the worst."
Grabbing.
She walks over and she's like, "As soon as we get back, I'm turning you back in. I will require a replacement." He looks quite dejected at that. He's like,
We should offer him the sickle.
He will take it, and she looks at him taking the sickle, and then to you and is like, it's wasted on him. He has no combat capabilities whatsoever.
Better to die with a weapon in your hands.
Which of your dancing friends would you miss the least?
Points to Ariel.
The blade grip is audibly hearable, because I don't know what that means.
You shouldn't, because he'll kill you. But
she cocks an eyebrow, or she cocks like an eye ridge and smiles and is like, he is certainly welcome to try.
Yeah. Why?
If I examine them and discern that I am able to break this compulsion on them, then all is well. If it is deemed to be something that will stop us in our mission, I will end them, as is commanded by Nodal.
Reaver? I smacked Malith and it basically stuttered him for a hot minute. That was about it.
So you believe a physical assault of some kind could break them from this?
I can test it again for you.
I have a better idea. And she's going to walk over to... We're going to roll a d4. We're going to roll a d4 on that one. Who we got? We got Echo, Ariel, Malif, and Feather. Right? Okay. Echo, 1. Ariel, 2. Malif, 3. Feather, 4. That's a 3. She's walking over to Malif. She walks over, looks him up and down, reels her fist back, and just cold cock, right on the forehead. That is going to be a pass on the Constitution saving throw. You kind of that really damn hurt. James, there was a party here a minute ago. Eyes this woman, and his eyes this reference is like, and who the why have I to be quiet?
Hag. Shush.
He's going to look at Ariel like, I feckin'... Why the feck is he dancing?
Magic. Luce is gonna look at Reaver. Which one do you want to take?
I'm going to say Ariel. I'm going to look at Echo, and it's going to be very clear there's an apprehension.
Do you need me to get Echo?
He will not. But I need you. It was going to look at this orca and go, you said air. Did this. It's in the air.
Well, it's in the water surrounding us.
Okay. Luce, hold Ariel's mouth.
And Luce will just walk up behind Ariel and fucking from behind and then hand over mouth.
I'm going to break his nose so it bleeds.
Well, just a grab and twist kind of thing?
Because that's going to stop air going in, the blood's going to be what you smell.
Well, I would also like to point out, just before you do that Malif has snapped out of it and is not currently succumbing to the effects again.
Oh, yeah, cool. Point that out to me before I just go snap.
Yes. Just hit him.
Well, I'll also like to say the dancing has not stopped with loose grabbing.
That's fair.
That was just slightly more...
Just...
Reaver, hit him before I stab him.
It's more just the, okay. Does it matter where?
Just fucking hit him.
Punch in the nose instead, then.
Okay.
Because again,
Punch him.
I'm focused on that, like, hey, I don't know how spells and shit work.
He's being restrained. Roll to hit. I'll give you advantage as well because he's also currently boogieing.
Cool. Base 18. 24 for 4 damage, automatic bludgeoning.
Okay, Ariel, make me a Constitution saving throw.
Please pass, buddy.
I love that.
What'd you get?
21.
21.
Damn.
Yeah.
I wanted to continue dancing.
You are punched in the nose. You rock your head back. Your nose isn't broken, but there's definitely some blood coming out. And yeah, suddenly you can see the room as it's supposed to be.
And Luce will just drop Ariel and then walk over to Feather.
Ow!
Feather sees you coming, Luce, as you walk over, and he's like, "There she is."
She's gonna walk towards him like she's
he
gonna
starts doing
hug
that
him.
thing, like, you know, like where you
Yeah.
move towards something like that.
She's gonna headbutt him.
For the fact that winter elves are based on Scottish culture, and that headbutting is colloquially known as a Glasgow kiss, that's fucking perfect. So you walk over, reel your head back, and jut it forward. Roll to hit with advantage. She's not seen it coming.
It's gonna be a 24.
Yeah, that's gonna hit. Feather dies.
Great
Of,
point.
feather dies of 1d6 love damage.
3 points of bludgeoning damage.
3 points of bludgeoning damage. Make that Constitution saving throw. That's cocked. Okie dokie. With a total of 23, Feather kind of rocks his head back and he goes,
And then she kisses him.
oh. Kind of from the kiss, and he's like, holding
And
his head.
leans back and just quiet.
And he looks at you and he's like, you are very lucky you're cute.
I know. You should get angry because you're cuter when you're angry.
The thing I've just remembered there as well is that technically he was compelled. So in the moment that he was dancing and stuff, his guys would have dropped. So you all would see like his full like emaciated face, whole lichy appearance because he's not able to keep the guys up. So you kiss
Doesn't
him.
stop her from kissing.
Fucking love that, by the way, right?
Doesn't
You gotta
stop
fucking love
her.
it. As soon as he kind of like realizes that and he sees his hands and stuff, he immediately like, oh, and then like, and puts the guys back up. What's going on?
Magic shit in the air. And then points to Echo. And looks at Reaver.
Echo's just like,
I'm going to try something.
okay.
And I'm going to say to Luz, if this doesn't work, plan A. I'm going to hug Echo as hard as I can, like I did when they first came out of the trench, and I was like, it was the you're safe, you're safe. And I'm going to use 5 points of lay on hands to deal with any poison or disease effect and see if that hopefully breaks it.
Poison or disease effect.
I will read the wording. To either cure a disease or neutralize a poison affecting the creature is the wording.
Okay. Then in that case it will work. Do you need to roll anything for that?
No, I just have to spend 5 points immediately.
Oh, it's your lay on hands.
Yeah.
So you hug them and you It's not abrasive or like a jerking motion for you, Echo. Just gradually from the edges out, it starts to fade into your typical mode of perception. And you probably get the easiest way of coming out of it because you just kind of slowly start to go, that wasn't supposed to be happening. And as it comes out, you can see the Echo, you are being like really, really deeply embraced by Reaver.
It's the slow stop of the dance, and then it's the confusion, and then it stops. There's also a little bit of distress there, and takes in their surroundings, like, okay, cool, I'm weird. How is this embrace happening? Where are Echo's arms?
Completely free. It's just, I'm holding the main body shape. So if you tried to bite, I was ready for plan A, or you were going to bite me when you get hurt.
Noms. Echo takes a hand, actually takes both hands, and pushes up under their hair, and kind of feels around where their eyes would be. And you can tell that they are confused, they are disoriented. Oh, was Echo dancing?
Yes.
What? Echo had vision, regular vision, and Echo was dancing. Where are we?
In a hole. We're going to go kill a hag.
This is Ariel's hag?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Was Echo making a giggling noise? While they
Not
were
a
dancing?
giggling. Not a giggling. So, there's a distinction between giggling and laughter. And it was laughter that you heard, because you have not heard. That was the first time anyone heard Echo laugh before. So it was laughter, not giggling.
Echo, can you make the laughter sound keep going in this area?
Sure, kind of. And the giggling is what starts up all around.
Yeah. Close enough. That might be able to cover the conversation we need to have real quick. Ariel, your hag drugged you and people who indiscriminately came into the house. Which then means that your friend's not really your friend.
To be fair, wouldn't you... Oh, we weren't supposed to be in here. Oh, that hurt.
I'm just going to grab his nose and use 4 points of lay on hands to fix it.
Oh. Was not expecting that. Thank you. Thank you. To be fair, I'm gonna look around. Is Anna anywhere to be seen?
Nope.
I don't. To be fair, it might just be a thing she's always had in. Who are your friends?
They were being
Prisoners.
held captive by your friend.
And why were you two being held captive?
Because we were sent here by the Order to ensure this hag's death.
Let's say, with all the respect that's due,
Ariel.
so just kill because it's a hag.
Ariel.
No,
Now's
kill
not the
because
time.
several of our brothers, sisters, and squires have come here and never left.
There's a good reason. Okay. Oh. Shit. That sucks. I look over at the table full of stuff and it's just like, give it a glance over and like see, take stock in what's here.
Honestly, it looks like several small animal innards, as well as some plants that you recognize as plants that you have, like, you know, on occasion come and dropped off. As well as lots of like alchemy, but like really, what's the word I'm looking for? Like hillbilly alchemy. No, we're not using the most technologically appropriate of gear. We're using like, it's less like one of those big machines that rotary grinds everything, just like an old school mortar and pestle. Rustic
That's
alchemy.
it.
That's the word.
Just looking over, look at the herbs and like, motherfucker, I gave her these. Okay. Where is she?
Last we saw, she headed into the wall. We don't know what's beyond there.
Luce will turn to the squire and just point at him
Uh-huh.
and just make the motion to give back the sickle.
He will immediately hand over the sickle and be like, apologies. I thought you were telling me to
It's all right. It's all right. Why don't you go guard the door, maybe, since you're not melee minded? Is what your boss was saying.
I am bound by duty and by obligation to always be at the side of Knight Tylera, should she need anything from me.
All right. At least I'm good with dead things. And she's gonna then turn to Feather and Reaver, and then look at Feather and then point to Tylera and then the Squire and just say, bye, and then point towards where the glowing was happening and say break.
Feather will look at Reaver. You want buy or break? Who the fuck am I talking about? I guess I'm buy.
Yeah, we were just gonna give you the real look as he just like picks the sword up and just puts it on his shoulder.
Okay. When you're saying bye, what do you mean by that? Like goodbye, as if in like send them away?
Bye, break, or run. That's what
Right,
you and
okay.
Reaver said.
Got you.
about
I
Captain.
reckon. I remember what you're talking about. He's going to walk over to both of them and be like, he's going to look over them, then he's going to look at the squire, and he'll go, "You've got a mark on your head, lad. Do you mind if I just see to that?" And he's going to lean in and touch him. And as he touches him, he's going to cast sleep. And the knight is going to look to him and then look at the squire and then back at him and say, "In normal situations, I'd carve your hand off for laying a hand on my squire, but in this situation, I think it was the most suitable course of action." He's going to look at the knight and go, "Oh, if only you knew." To the rest of the party, as this is happening with them, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to leave, or do you want to venture deeper and try and find the hag?
Ariel's standing right in front of like the green light. He's just waiting.
Reaver, can we take on a hag?
Reaver's going to nod. Still very much iron grip holding Echo. With the sword, and the other one's like, not a problem.
Here's the other question, Reaver. Could we take on an entire coven?
That's going to be a look to Feather, as in like, because I know what I can do, but I'm like, I don't know how many.
One hag with this kind of power, we can probably handle. A coven? They'll be difficult. Very difficult. But we might survive. You know, it is okay for us to leave, right? It is okay for us to turn around and leave.
Maybe we should.
Good with either. However, I would like to try and have a conversation with her.
Should do it not in her basement.
But if we do it
Reaver.
down here, we can figure out what she's doing. And if it can hurt other people.
Reaver. I want to see Drift.
Okay. I'm going to walk up to Ariel, still holding Echo.
Uh-huh.
Oh, like vice grip, like holding, like not letting go. Ariel. This is a danger. The last time you talked to a danger, a lot of problems happened.
Back. I'll meet you up there. I'm not going in to fight. But if we all decide to leave, I will leave. I did it again. I don't want you guys getting hurt because of me again.
Do you really think this is wise? Because we've already freed her prisoners. She poisoned you.
Maybe not intentionally, but yeah, I get what you're saying. I just don't want her to hurt or me. Especially you guys.
That's where we disagree. You going down there puts us in danger. Us leaving doesn't.
Okay. Then let's get out of here.
Insight check. Nat 20 for 28.
Oh, bullshit. Oh, yeah. There's a 3 on the die, so yeah.
Jesus. So
Yeah.
I've been rolling shit. I need a 1. I get 1.
It's not disappointment, it's like that sense of dread that you're leaving something that will hurt things, but doesn't But Era's being genuine in that he doesn't want you all to get hurt, and will gladly leave to keep you all safe.
Ariel never saw the inn.
The what?
This is not the first time that Reaver's shown this. Because Reaver moved quicker than you and Feather. Ariel will sacrifice anything and everything to keep the crew safe. When we have the Sunken Monk, when Shelley appeared, Reaver stormed in, made a scene, and was ready to kill anyone, including the barman, if they got in the way of protecting the crew. Mm-hmm. This is just Reaver's dynamic, but you didn't maybe see that part. So this might be the first reaction. Like, Reaver does not change in this stance. It's crew or nothing. So yeah, the leaving a threat doesn't phase at all.
So Reaver's okay with leaving, Luce is okay with leaving. Echo, what's your opinion on it?
Echo actively wants to leave.
Feather will simply agree with the other three and say, it's about survival. And we will survive leaving.
She, just to remind people, she's going to come back to us. At least we'll be on home turf. Maybe we can question her at the house.
Echo doesn't want to be a puppet again, so Echo wants to.
Malith is going to point to Echo and be like, that right there is a very solid point for us leaving. Getting the fuck out of Dodge.
Let's go.
So you guys are choosing to leave?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Malith, if you want the flail, get it back from the worker. Well, get it back from the warrior.
He will walk over and he'll take the flail back and be like, sorry, family heirloom. And as you guys leave, or begin to leave, that's where we're going to take our 15-minute break. We're going to come back in 15 minutes, folks, and we'll see what the party wants to do for the next half of the episode. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you after the break.
Randall died.
We need you.
That was the weirdest comeback in it. I just caught out the corner of my eye, just talking. Ooh. Hi everybody, welcome back to part 2. When we left for our break, the crew had decided that they were just going to leave this whole hag situation, and they were going to venture elsewhere. As you guys reach the decision to leave, Tylera, the knight that's here, is going to look over you all with a look of almost disdain and be like, Nodal does not suffer cowards. Me and my squire will handle this issue. And she's going to start swimming towards the gap in the wall. And she's like, Squire, come. And he starts swimming after. Well, no. She then sees that he is asleep. And then is like, can you lift the enchantment you have over my squire, please? And Fel's going to go, see, I would absolutely love to, but I'm not all that strong, so I'm not great at lifting anything.
You will die.
Then we die under the watchful gaze. The watchful gaze of Nodal.
Can I help your watchful gaze at least help you find your armor before you go do that?
It would appear that my armor is not stored anywhere nearby.
Alright.
If you do come across it, by all means, please make a note to contact me about it. But with or without arms and armor, this problem needs to be faced, and so I will face it.
No, I'll be with you.
I'm gonna roll a dice to see if I'm gonna do anything about this. As Marisol, yeah, okay, Marisol and the party have rubbed off on Reaver, so I roll a 16. Just simply go, none of us are cowards, and I doubt Nodal wants an idiot in their army. You heard us say any of us could kill a hag, but there's a coven most likely coming. If you want to join your dead siblings and knights, go ahead. If you want to be Nodal's pride, go bring more and kill them all at once.
Reaver, make a persuasion check. Echo, you can roll that check just now if you'd like to.
Okay. So, at disadvantage, I got a 19 and an 18, so.
21!
Okay. Echo, what's the total on that? So 19 would be the... 18 would be the roll. What's the total of that?
If I get nothing extra, then 18.
18.
Would be the total.
Seeing the way you did a moment ago, it gives a spark of familiarity. You can't quite remember the entirety of like what exactly was you saw, but for somebody that's used to seeing outlines in essentially a monochrome world, seeing colours and seeing vivid displays and seeing detail, you've definitely seen those levels before. Not monochromatic, that means two colours. Very monopole world. Very one-dimensional almost. Because obviously Echo still sees like, aspects of colour, auras, so to speak. But seeing colours in this kind of level of detail, it's something you remember, but you can't exactly remember what it is that you saw. Yeah, that's what I'd give you on the 18. What was your persuasion check there, Reaver?
21.
21. Let's see the saving throw. Okay. She frowns towards you, Reaver, eyes burning, before looking to her squire and saying, "Contact the Order. We will need more knights for this." You wound me, Dead Walker. But you are correct. And then she's going to start swimming back up the tunnel, and her squire will follow her.
He's asleep.
The charisma 16 moment of throwing a
She's
shit throwback.
she's grabbed a hold of him, so she is.
Okay. Just-
Wounds can heal, but false glory will get you killed. Enjoy the lesson learned, and be proud to serve Nodal. And that's a self-reflective insult to himself.
What do you guys want to do from here?
Fuck off and leave.
Yeah.
turns around, it's like, let's get out of here. I'm sorry.
Feather will put a hand on your shoulder as he goes by you, and he'll say, "You've got nothing to apologise for. Hags are incredibly tricksome. On top of the fact of her illusion work fooled me. She's clever. You've got nothing to apologise for."
Okay, let's get out of here, get some food, get some rest, and then get the fuck out of here.
Malif is already swimming. He's like, "Well, you don't have to tell me twice." What about the rest of the party? Do you guys want to look around more, or are you leaving now?
I was about to say, as we're heading out, can I just do a quick glance to see if there's anything? I'm taking back those herbs I gave her, for
Okay.
one. And then just a cursory glance to see if there's anything.
A cursory glance will be a perception check. So roll me a perception check.
Hey, 19.
On a 19, you don't see anything that stands out massively.
Cool. Taking back my fucking herbs.
Okay.
And getting the fuck out of here.
Loose, Reaver, Echo. Anything for you guys at all?
Leaving. Not even looking,
Just
just
leaving.
leaving.
Echo?
Echo staying with Reaver as they're going. But there is this... Their focus is on the doors, is on the geysers. There's, there's a feeling of almost there's something they want from it, but they don't say anything.
Okay. Then as you all head outside, you leave the hag's house, and you are back upside. None of the weird, overarching, oppressive feeling of the wrongness of this entire situation follows you up. When you get outside, you are free of those hang-ups. Do you guys head back to Ariel's home?
Shelly is there, so yes.
Luce does not. She stops in that section in between the two houses
Uh-huh.
that Malith had stood in before.
Right.
With how emotions transfer to me, because I'm still being touched, do I feel the want?
Probably it is a desire.
Okay, so I will side skirt to basically quietly ask, what is it?
Excuse me a wee minute, folks. Please do continue any RP you want to do. ADHD's just done that thing where I now realise that I need the bathroom. And I wasn't feeling that a minute ago. Excuse me, guys. Please do continue any RP you want to do. I will be watching on my phone.
Okay.
Can't wait for 3 pages of Kyle and stuff.
No!
No! We're not doing this again!
Don't worry. Once you guys finish, if you guys finish before Bran gets here, I got a thing I can do.
Excellent. It's going to become that meme of Bran needs to pee. Kyle, Selkie, go.
Repeat the question one more time. My brain
So-
got.
Yeah, take him to the side of just out of necessarily range, but like the level of comfort. So like I can see exits and entrances, but not near the house. And be like, what's wrong? What do you want?
Whatever was there when we opened that hatch, Echo could see. Which Echo didn't think was possible. And Echo sees how they do. You don't see. But an Echo will reach up again, push past and kind of mention. It was familiar. As though Echo had seen that way before. Echo doesn't necessarily want to see. It was pretty. It was beautiful. But Echo does wonder if she could do things like that. Echo does wonder if she could do other things. If she could make them better.
Nothing that Hag can do can make you better, Echo. You're not worse or ill. You're Echo.
Echo isn't as good as they should be. As good as they need to be. They've fallen behind. That is clear. Echo can't fall behind. But that doesn't matter. Echo will fix it.
You have us, Echo. You're not alone. So I'm not going to challenge your conceptions of falling behind. I'm not going to try to understand. I'm just going to listen. But I hope you hear my words the same. You don't need improved or fixed or made better. You're you. And we're not looking for some improvement. We want you. And what you want, we will help. But you're not some sort of burden or thing to be worked on.
We will see. but it is not safe here. Echo didn't like being puppeteered again. We need to get Shelly. We need to leave.
Agreed.
Is that it for you guys?
We're
Okay.
done.
Yep.
Okay. I don't know if my mic is picking up everything that I'm saying.
You are.
Ariel's actually gonna come up, like, right beside Luce, seeing that she has stopped. You okay?
I'm fine.
Inside check.
What's your inside check? What's your number?
What's my number? 19.
Yeah, I got a 7. So.
Yeah.
She's consistently been the same
Mm.
since post-duel. She has not taken off her shield. She's still wearing it. She still has tooth in her hand. And she's just spinning it.
I mean, you say you're fine, but you look like you're ready to take someone's head off.
And? That's being fine.
What's going through your head?
I already said I want to go see Drift.
Oh. Is he nearby?
Yes.
Oh.
It's a couple hours, but it's manageable at a fast pace. We did your thing. Is it selfish of me to want to go do my thing?
No. Not at all. Question for you. Do you want to rest here and then leave for Drift in the morning? Get us some good rest? Or would you like to just leave?
Why would we stay next to the hag's house that we released her prisoners who were sent to kill her whenever there's probably going to be more coming and be within magic casting distance of them? Plus, she said that people were looking for you. Why would you stay in one place where they can come find you? Like I said before, you're tracking a target. If you're tracking a mark, you go where their routine is. First place I would check is your house. I would keep checking back at your house to see if you come back.
I just saw it as a more defendable position. But if even one of you guys is uncomfortable with it, let's go. We'll grab Shelly and leave.
If you want all your knickknacks broken in a battle, fight. It's one way to have that happen.
Knickknacks can be replaced. As much as I see it as a place of comfort and home, I want you all to see it as that too. And it can't be that right now.
Why shed blood in the water in a place where you call comfort and home?
Exactly. So, let's get Shelly and leave. Go find Drift.
I know where Drift should be.
No, see Drift. Let's go see Drift. I mean, I've heard so much about him. I'd love to meet him. I'll go get Shelly. We'll leave. I'm gonna head to the house to grab Shelly.
Brandy muted.
You're muted, buddy.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute my mic when I came back. So you're heading into the house to go and get Shelly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like one of those open the door and be like, "Hey, Shelly, come on, buddy."
Shelly was putting your books in alphabetical order. And he's going to go,
Bless.
You'll thank me later. It's a much better system.
I'm already thanking you,
I just like to help.
and you do great. I appreciate it.
Did you fix everything with the spooky lady?
Kinda. Well, we're putting a pin in it. We got others who are gonna come and take care of it for us. We don't got to get our hands dirty.
That sounds really good. I'm not a fan of dirt. That's why I don't like silt water. I'm so used to fine sand on the bottom of the seabed where I'm from.
Yeah. Well, let's get out of here.
That sounds like a good plan. And he'll swim outside, kind of squeeze in his way through the door,
No. There you
to
go, buddy.
come and join everybody else.
Yeah,
And
Ariel
from
takes
here, from what I'm understanding, the plan is to head towards where Drift's little shack is. Okay.
Ariel does before we meeting back with up. He just stands in the doorway looking in. Oh, he's just gonna swim in real fast, go to that little corner, grab something from that little altar, tuck it away. Just a little something to remind him of home.
Okay.
He's gonna join up with the group.
While that's all happening, Ariel speaking to Shelly leaving, Ariel grabbing provisions. The rest of the party, is there anything that you guys want to do before leaving? No?
I'm waiting to see if okay. The only thing I'll say is just something to Feather while Bayo's doing his little thing, and it's just going to be, like that leaning talk, but I can't lean because I have a body and no actual bone. It's just that it's simply going to be Feather. If she comes out, we kill her immediately.
If she comes out, I'm teleporting the fuck away. There's the
Can you take everyone?
I can take most of everyone, and he makes a very pointed look towards Malith and Shelly.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Reaver's limit he's growing, but he ain't there yet for those two. It's just acceptable.
Echo, Luce, anything for you guys?
Echo? Okay. Lucy's gonna have a conversation with Malith real quick.
Okay.
And it's gonna switch into Sicalian.
Okay.
So, how far is it to the closest deep tide haven?
Closest or safest?
One where you will not be killed on sight.
Probably a day.
That's where you're headed?
After we get you to see Drift, that's where I'll be heading.
All right. Hate to see you go, but love to watch you leave.
He smiles at that. And it's... if you had said that to me about maybe a week ago, you might have got a reaction.
You're too busy trying to get with Ariel then.
And you're too busy making googly eyes at the corpse.
And the merfolk.
I will say one thing, we both share a taste on that one.
Yes.
They're very cute.
Very cute. I'm good with dead things.
Me too.
She
Ariel is
will
cute
switch
too.
back. She'll just make a face at that. And shake her head.
And now you guys want to move on towards Drift's location.
Is
Okay.
there a place that is between here and Drift that Luce would know of that would be an easy place to take, maybe? Like a night's rest?
Honestly, the safest place within a kind of safe distance of travel is probably Drift's shack.
Yeah, she's gonna lead the way this time, since this is a place that she knows like the back of her hand.
Uh-huh.
And she is going to take them what she would consider to be the most efficient route, but also communicate that because someone came looking for Ariel needs to be in the center where he's not easily seen while we travel. So instead of Ariel it's her deciding that because Ariel was at first the scout and would always go first, that's an easy opportunity to just snatch and grab and run for somebody. But if we have him in between, kind of more people not clumped together, but kind of guarded in a way,
Yeah.
maybe it will be more advantageous.
Is anyone wearing a coat? Or a coat of some kind? Large shirt? Anything?
Oh, shirt.
It's
Crop
not
top.
you.
No, none of the NPCs. Oh, well, wait, hold on. Shelly has like a big shawl.
First of all, it's adorable. Second of all, Echo will move off of Reaver and will go to Shelly. And can Echo borrow?
Oh, yeah, by all means. I don't actually need it. I have a thick layer of blubber underneath my skin. This is mostly just for aesthetic purposes.
It probably suits you very well.
My mom
And
made it for me. And he'll take it off.
Yourself, don't
and hand it
destroy
to
that.
That is the absolute cutest thing.
I will take. I just think that okay, I gotta keep this safer. And we'll go to Ariel, and we'll drape it over Ariel to kind of encompass them.
Uh-huh.
And then is going to sit on Ariel's shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
keeping one of the wings out on one side, one of the wings out on the other, to essentially make it difficult for anyone looking to discern Ariel's face. And then the shawl is to hide Ariel's clothing and to help mask the smell. Because Echo knows how to track people, so...
Yeah. As you did, that's just. I mean, not my style. What's up?
That's the point.
I'm confused.
To make you harder to find while we're moving.
Correct.
Oh. Thank you, Echo. Hey, Malith.
Yes.
Would you mind being on my other side and like talking me through some pointers and stuff?
So I will be on any side you want me to be.
Maleth, would it not make sense having you guard his rear?
I never ever thought I'd agree with you, but I would, I'd say that's a fairly good idea.
I'm just going to wave him over.
Weird, I always saw it as the other way around.
You always saw you looking at my arse.
Listen, you got nice biceps.
It's true, but you don't really see biceps from behind. And if you do, my friend, I think you're looking in the wrong direction.
I said what I said.
Yeah, it takes a position kind of on your on your back left corner, kind of covering both bits at the same time. The journey towards Drift Shack is fairly quiet. Oh, sorry. Reaver.
Do we pass anybody? Well, where?
No. Reaver.
So, if Malik doesn't pick up the fucking hint, which critically is not, if I find a pebble or something that I can silently get his attention with, I'm going to throw it at him. Because when I'm saying, you should go and find, I'm meaning, come here.
Alright, okay. Yeah, cool. In that case, as you kind of throw a rock to get his attention, he kind of looks over at it and he comes over and he goes, what's the matter?
You don't have to give me the whole story now. But you know about Echo.
I met Echo before, yes.
What's the price for any and all information on that place?
Have you tried?
And there's a very serious...
You mean where they were brought from?
He nods.
That's very much above my pay grade. You'd be looking to speak to one of the overseers of the tide.
If you can help, I'll appreciate it. I'm not going to make any promises because I'm already going to protect Luce and everyone and you, but
I mean,
I'd be appreciative.
I'll do what I can, but don't expect my words or my name to have any kind of pull. But I'll try.
Appreciate it.
Anything else from the party at all? Okay. This 2 or 3 hour walk/swim eventually comes to an end, as the shack can be seen in the distance. But there's a humanoid standing outside the shack, and there are what appear to be between 8 and 12 dead bodies around them. As you guys approach, the humanoid standing in the middle looks to be made of a whole amalgamation of bric-a-brac, broken ship parts, with this elven skull right on top of it.
Guess he's moving.
What are the bodies?
They're
Are
very
they-
recognizable. They are sea elves.
Huh.
They're wearing the uniform of Sea Elven City Guards.
Hearthole?
The Sea Elven capital, Oceanheart.
Ocean Heart, sorry, yeah. Yep.
I think as soon as Luce sees Drift, she kind of just stops swimming. And she just looks and sees the guards scattered around.
And like varying degrees of like dismemberment. It very evidently looks like he's just picked up some of them and just pulled them apart.
Yeah. That's fucking sick.
Ariel, Echo, you guys are eventually faced with a Wreckborn, smaller than Reaver. Like the wheel of a ship is his back, which connects to two large skull-like bony parts. His body made up mostly of animal debris from the waist down. But from the waist up, you start to see the introduction of things like bits of ships, bits of discarded bric-a-brac, and again, like an elfin skull on top of his head.
I think Luce just grabs Feather's hand and just says, like, you get to meet my favorite person. And we'll start pulling Feather with her while she's swimming up to Drift.
The rest of you see Luce approaching Drift. Do you do anything?
Follow suit.
I'm gonna grab Ariel's shoulder. And Malith, if Malith keeps going.
Right.
Not like it's just like stop. It's like, and I'm just gonna like my head's gonna tilt to listen. It's basically gonna be a look of like, give them a moment.
Oh. Personal thing. Got it.
Luce, as you approach. Oh wait, sorry. Hold on a moment. Hold on. Reaver stopping. Ariel. Echo. What about you? Nothing. You're staying with Reaver.
Staying with Ariel.
You're staying with Ariel. Okay, cool. Absolutely fine. Luce, you approach. And as you approach, Drift's head snaps towards you. There's that long, tense silence between you both. Before he will speak. And he says to you, give me a moment, one second, there we are. As you approach, he turns in his vacant face, beams right into you. And he says, find it?
Not yet.
Snake eyes.
Snake eyes.
Snake eyes.
Snake eyes.
Looks round at all the
She's-
dead. And then he says, I killed them all.
Did it good.
Oh, wait, hold on a minute. Luce. Investigation check.
Uh, 14?
14. He has some orichalcum on his body.
That wasn't there before, was there?
Well, now that you're actually aware of what it was, most likely it was there before. Just amongst all the other kind of bits of metal, hodgepodge, bone, bric-a-brac and such, probably just didn't stand out. But you've now seen two specific items of orichalcum. You've seen both in visions. One is the sword that your dad has, and the other one was the bracers that were on the wrists of the hands that were doing the thing. So you know what orichalcum looks like, and you can see orichalcum on bits of they seem to be like bits of rounded metal that are holding his feet onto the bottom of his legs. brings his head back.
Luce will drop Feather's hand while this is going on,
Uh-huh.
and just keep moving closer.
His body turns to face you in different segments. He's like, do good. Do good. And then he kind of stops, looks at you, as if his memory is reset. And then he just says, find it.
Not yet.
Be safe, little one.
Always. And she's just getting closer and closer and closer until she's right in front of him. And she's just looking up at him.
He's looking back down at you.
His drift is not as tall as Reaver, but
Not as tall as Reaver, but he's still tall. He's like 6'6",
Yeah.
6'7".
yeah. And Luce is 5'10", so it's a rare occasion that she usually only looks up to Wreckborn.
Uh-huh.
And she just puts her hand on the chest piece
Uh-huh.
of the bric-a-brac. Snake Eyes?
He's going to snap his head towards you and go, Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes in the dark.
Snake
Find
Eyes
it.
in the dark.
Find it.
Seen it.
Seen it. Seen it.
In a dream.
No dream. Dream's bad.
I saw it in a dream drift.
Dreams. Fake. Not real.
Lost.
Lost. Lost. Snake Eyes? Snake Eyes in the dark.
Snake Eyes in the dark.
Snake Eyes in the dark. And he sits. Right when he's standing, just sits down.
And she'll just sit with him.
It's as he sits, you would see these the orichalcum pieces in his legs. They don't look like they're pieces of like rounded metal. They look like they are. They've got like a soft inside on them.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have like a. They're not just metal. They have like a cushioning inside, suggesting to you that they are like a. It looks like a fairly expensive piece of jewelry.
Use the fucking bracers from her dream.
You can make a history check, and then an investigation check for that.
Oh. History
You
is
got
a.
I'll give you advantage because you're looking directly at them, and you have specifically spoken about this particular vision quite a few times.
Okay, with advantage on history, it's a natural 20 for a 23. For investigation, that is a 16.
Yes, these are the bracers from your vision.
How is she gonna do this? My girl's an idiot.
You got this. I believe in you.
She's gonna do what she does best and deflect. And she's just going to say, I found it.
Found it? Found it!
Found it.
Found it. Closed?
Close.
Closed.
Closed.
And he nods and he nods his head at you. Like, closed. Gate closed.
said gate closed?
Yep, gate closed. He's basically shouting it at this point.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of you can all hear this.
What gate?
Or you can hear his particular side of it. Sorry, say that again, please, Dan.
What gate?
What gate? Okay. So you ask him what gate, and he kind of like rocks it back a little bit, and then he the eye.
The eye? Snake eyes? Gate. Closed?
Closed. Closed eye.
Closed. Closed eyes. Closed eye.
Eyes closed. Snake eyes.
Eyes closed.
Closed. Gate
Snake eyes.
closed.
Stay safe.
It almost becomes dejected, kind of deflates and says, "Stay safe, little one."
Find it. Snake eyes. Gate closed. Stay safe.
Find it. Find it.
Find it.
Snake eyes.
Find it.
Snake eyes closed. Gate closed.
Find the snake eyes. Close the gate.
Find snake. Find the snake eyes. Find eyes. Eyes
Find eyes.
closed. Eyes closed. Then it kind of the head shakes side to side as it says, "Eyes closed."
Drift, you've been still for so long. You're just waking up and you had a whole ruckus, didn't you?
The head turns and looks at you again, and then it cocks to the side, Luce. They were looking for you.
Me?
You all.
Us.
All of you.
Who'd they ask for?
All of you.
She's gonna turn back to the group and just say, I'm assuming y'all heard that.
Didn't want to impose.
I'm more looking at two people specifically.
Okay.
Feather and Echo, and I'm inciting them.
Okay. I'll... Right, roll the insight.
Just something very specific. As I roll absolute garbage, so I have no idea. Cool, I rolled a 3, and my insight modifier is a wonderful 0.
Yeah, you don't get anything from Feather.
Yep.
Echo, I don't suppose that you want to give any information away for a 3?
No, didn't think so.
No? Okay.
Three and not even touching some now.
So that is one thing I will edit. I will place a hand on Echo because I'll explain why.
That's unfair.
That's fair. I'll explain why because again, it's this. What you are seeing, and Reaver is very aware of, that is Reaver's end. That is him looking at death. And he wants to see how you're reacting to it. A, because Feather is basically his brother. And B, the promise. Like, this is the reality of... He's already come to terms with it because of he spent so long with Drift. But this is used for the first time seeing a end-of-life Wreckborn. And that's why the insight check is not caring about the conversation. You can hear it, but it's just those two back and forth loops that kind of get any insight on them.
I'll message you.
After,
You have the cheat code.
after this brief new addition to his vocabulary, the head cocks again and he goes very still.
Can you see it glowing?
No answer.
Cast away.
No answer. No reaction.
She's just gonna run through the entire thing. Lost, not worthy, lost in the dark. Find it. Snake eyes.
Nope.
Be safe, little one.
No reaction to any of it.
And she just repeats it again. And she's just like, her hands are on like whatever the closest part of drift is to her while she's saying this to him, because she's so used to him saying it.
Yeah.
And it gets slower and slower, and then she just stops. And then looks back. This is drift.
Ares looks to Reeve and be like, so, is it okay now?
Reaver will nod.
Ariel will actually approach.
Anybody else going towards the Reaver's-
Echo's attached to Ariel.
Okay, Echo's attached to Ariel. Oh, okay. Ariel, how
Correct.
close do you get to Reaver? To Reaver, to Drift.
Where is Luce in relation?
Right next
She's
to
like
him.
right next to him, right? Like maybe like a good 2 feet in front of him.
Right,
You know,
okay.
like if the shawl was like over his head, he's going for like the babushka look, like drop the shawl from his head and just like, hello.
As you approach, when you step into their vicinity, Luce, the head snaps towards Ariel, and Drift just roars, yells, and then swings his arm out like this. It's like a completely, reaction. Like got a fright. Echo, you're on Ariel, yeah? Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll first D20, 1 to 10, Ariel, 11 to 20.
Echo would actively put themselves between the strike and Ariel.
Okay, cool. Then in that case, I'll roll just to hit you then.
Because what Echo is trying to do is Echo's actually trying to grab on to Drift.
Oh.
Okay. That's a total of 19 on the attack.
It would have hit them anyway, but they're not
Okay.
moving.
Okay, so that is a total of. Why am I rolling that? That's not even what that. You will take 6 slashing damage as their arm is made of mostly bone and discarded wood.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I think I know what's about to happen here.
Yep.
Okay, so I need to make a roll here. What was it? Constitution? Yeah, fuck it, Constitution. I'm more than happy to move the camera to show this, guys. That's a 3 on the dice roll.
Grand total?
Grand total 7. Okay.
Please, my prediction be right.
It's a knee-jerk reaction. You can all... No need for the insight check. It is a knee-jerk. Like, somebody steps close to Luce, and you can tell it's because they stepped close to Luce and made a movement. It's as you lift your hand. You guys can easily tell it's not like they became immediately hostile because Ariel did something. It's like they got a fright, and it would have been anybody that moved in that moment could have been the one struck. And the hand jerks up, and as you said, Echo, you move yourself in the way of it, and the strike catches your chest. Echo, what colour is your blood? Or, I guess, in the more accurate term, because of the amount of things that have been done to you and experimented, what colour is your ichor?
It's a contrast to the entire rest of them. The rest of them is a very, like, usually light colors or clear, see-through there.
Yeah.
But they bleed a very deep color, a very, very, it's probably a deep, like, blue.
Okay.
It is what you would be looking at, almost black.
So that, like, really deep, rich navy blue.
Yes.
Right, okay, cool. And as that kind of ebbs out into the water, and you know the way, like, you know, when you pour like a coloured liquid into water and it almost goes like a mist? It spreads out to the point where eventually you can't see it. It kind of goes like that. And as they're within melee range, they stop. As it, you know, this ichor of yours, it goes towards their kind of face region. And they stopped there solidly for about, you know, a good like 10 seconds or so. Before their head just starts like looking around, and their hands loose.
Mm-hmm.
The hands go out the way the hands did in the vision. Like this. And then they stop. And they look around and they... What am I?
Rekborn. You're Drift.
I'm... They look at the hands and no, that's not my name.
It's okay. It's okay.
Ariel, shut the fuck up. And she's gonna put her hands over
So
Drift's hands.
actively takes a step back.
Drift.
That's not what I do. Why are you calling me that? That is not my name.
Then
It's
what
been your
is?
Can I recognize this reaction to the time that I had something happen?
What you, I don't know what you mean by that. You'd have to be a wee bit more specific so I know what you're talking
This, when
Did
I
Drift get a
remembered,
fucking memory?
did Drift get a memory back? That's my theory.
about.
And this is how I reacted with the paralyzing fear of something hitting back and the change. And
Okay,
because I'm
okay.
Rekborn,
On that, yeah, I would. Yeah, I'd say you can recognize what's happened is. Your one was a bit strange. You gripped a memory when you were fairly young. From what you understand, Drift is an ancient ass Rekborn. From everything you've been told about Rekborn, he should not be able to get memories back. But it seems as if he's reclaimed his entire sense of self.
yeah.
Yes, I'll say you would be able to recognize that.
Step back. And that's going to be like looking at Lewis, and then you're going to like address the person. Goes, bad news, fella. You're like me. You're dead. We know you as Drift. I'm Reaver. but I was Archie. What's your name?
You're lying. No,
Take my helmet off.
I'm not. And the hand goes to like the bit, like the hip, and there's nothing there, obviously. What have you done? Where are my things?
Can I get close enough to touch him? Even
think
for
you
a
already-
brief second.
Yeah, didn't you
'Cause
already
so-
grab it?
So how I left it, I don't know if you caught this, but my exact words were Echo's trying to grab the arm that's swinging out. So that's was already the plan.
Right. Okay. So in that case, right. Jump back a little bit. We'll do this. We'll do a quick retroactive here. Make me, Echo, please, as he swings there. I guess the closer it is acrobatics.
Because to be clear, they're not trying to stop him from hitting them. They never tried to stop him from hitting them.
Okay, so then
It was to grab on after.
was it to grab and latch on?
Essentially.
Right. Okay, then that'd be athletics.
Cool.
Make me an athletics check. I'm going to roll theirs at disadvantage because they're disorientated. It's the same on both dice rolls.
23.
You beat their 22.
Oh!
So you managed to successfully grab on. They don't notice you're there. You weigh next to nothing to a Wreckborn.
The reason that that's important is because Echo transfers emotions via touch.
Right.
The emotions that they're feeling at the moment that would be transferred, I will message to you.
Okay.
Could I get a color?
In a second.
Wonderful.
Multitask.
'Cause I have cracked the chart, so I get a rough concept.
Don't know if my mic is working, so I'm just gonna keep it by my face.
You
It
are
is.
very
Looking at you.
quiet,
You
but
are
yes.
Yeah,
very
yeah.
quiet.
I don't know what's going on with this damn thing, so I'm just gonna see if that'll help.
That went a little louder. Could be a
I mean, how is it now?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Let me just see this here. There we go. Okay.
It's a weird mix, I'm aware.
Okay, now it looks like it's doing better.
They almost like start to pace a little, but they don't pace like non-walking. They sidestep. And they look at you, Reaver. They keep looking you up and down until they sort of almost mantra-like from walking side to side, calm down. I'm dead, but I'm not dead.
Correct.
Then I failed.
No, you just died. It happens.
The eye is closed.
What is the eye?
The gate. Alnun's eye.
Do I know that fucking name?
Very easily.
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
Alnun's eye is so Luce, you would know it. Ariel, I'd say you've got a chance. Reaver and Echo, absolutely no idea. Absolutely none. You've got no knowledge of your past history, and Reaver, you've been part of the underwater world for a ball hair.
Less than a year. Yeah.
Ariel, you can make it would be a history check. It would be a history check. Luce, purely down to your memories of your parents and your archaeological kind of like hobbies and focus. I'm going to say you do, recognising this gets a big part of history. Ariel, what did you get?
18.
On an 18, you so I'll give you this. On an 18, you know that Alnun's eye is in the Black Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
And it is very much a do not fucking go there. Like, the best of the best adventurers think twice about going there.
Okay.
Putting this in, like, anime terms, like, if you know Fairy Tail, this is, like, the place that, like motherfuckers like Guildarts go here, but nobody fucking else. Right?
This is a 100-year quest.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Alnun's Eye, that's what you know about. You know it's a big dangerous place. Luce, you know Alnun's Eye is located in the Black Ocean. It is at the end of a place called the No Thing Trench. Or as some like to call it, the Nothing Trench. Both names are accurate, as nothing and no thing can survive there. It is the deepest part of the Black Ocean. And at the very end of it is Alnun's Eye. A maelstrom that was supposed to be a portal into what many believe to be the outer realm that the primordial beings came to this world through. Most notably, the larger primordial beings, that being the ones like the Kokoawari, who was the lord of the tides, the embodiment of the large male crested whale, who was his blood is what is apparently gave birth to Orichalcum, and up to and including the worst of them, who the eye is named after, Alnun, the large eternal serpent who coils his way. Apparently, a piece of him is present in every one of the in every single ocean across every single plane of existence. This is supposed to be where he manifested himself in his prime. Alnun is one of the few primordials who has not been seen in closing in on 1,000 years, when he was fought back into the eye, and apparently the eye was closed.
Someone already fought him back and it closed.
He escaped and was fought back again.
Did you fight him?
Yes, I faced him.
Lost. Not worthy. Lost in the dark.
His hand goes to his hip, and then the other to his back. I dropped them.
It's one of them a sword.
And a trident.
It's nice to meet you, Adelan.
And he,
Melos and Glimmertide.
he nods at that. Yes. That's my name.
I know who has your sword, or who had it.
Who?
Morden, Glimmertide, my dad.
I do not know this name.
It's alright. It's been a very, very long time since you were fighting.
How long have I been... Just holds up his hand.
Well, considering you were the last hero of the age of them and whatnot, almost 500 years. Give or take.
So everyone I know they will have aged beyond me.
Well, we did have a run-in with your sister.
Etuliette's alive.
Sort of. She had enough power to gift one of us, who is no longer with us, with powers, to help release her from the bonds of decay that keep her wrapped up in...
Binds of decay? You mean Kriakos?
Yeah.
And it's only when he mentions that and you nod, Ariel, that he looks at you and goes, I am sorry for whatever affliction ails you. Kind of leans in as like,
Affliction?
you obviously are ill, taken of something. You look like then he goes to gesture to himself, for realizing he doesn't look like what he's referencing. He's like, you have the features of my kin, the sea elves, but you look very different. Your ears have become misshapen, and your skin has darkened beyond that which we consider common.
My parents were, as far as I know, were from the deep elves.
Deep sea elves.
Yeah.
There are
This will-
elves in the deep.
Luce will begin telling the story of how the once great lost hero of Battleland was the basically breaking point of sea elven culture, and one faction stayed the sea elves, but the other went to become what are now deep elves. And
Okay.
as she tells the story, she will move her tentacles back and show that she also has deep sea elven features.
As you're telling that story, Reaver and Echo, what are you guys doing?
I'm clinging to this man's arm.
Okay, so you're
That's where
you're
I've
still
been
just
so
like
far.
feeding this emotion into him.
It's less of like a grip for dear life, and it's more of I have two hands on you, kind of gently, but also my grip is a vice.
I am touching you, therefore you are not allowed to be angry. Okay. Reaver, what about yourself?
Another
I'm
mental
just
snap.
bleeding.
Because I have worked something out, which I feel that at intelligence 11, I think I could have worked out.
If it's what I think it is, I will allow you to make the one that would make sense for it 100% honestly would probably be Arcana.
Cool. I'm going to DM you just to make sure that it is the thing I think of.
Okay.
As I'm like to make a check. Where is the wonderful DM? There you are. There you go. That is the theory in my head.
Theory in your head.
That's the exact, like, as soon as I seen it in the logic and like the two I put together, that's
You're-
unless I roll up, it's there.
You're not half right, but you're definitely not totally right.
Yeah.
There's like
Cool.
there's like a smidge of correctness. A faint aftertaste of possible truth.
Fragmented.
The connecting point either way is A has caused B in two separate instances. A is causing B,
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
which is why it's that silent. I'm still listening and being respectful, letting Luce have their moment because I still know the connection. But it's also just Oh fuck! This is a thing.
Then yeah, you can make the Arcana check on that.
Okay.
What'd you get? A 4. Yeah, nah, you can't make the intuitive leap yet.
Okay. The player has, but the character's not.
The play,
Cool. Absolutely
like
fine.
the wheel is spinning, but the hamster's dead.
Cool.
I love that saying so much. Thank you for that.
In a battle of wits, you are currently unarmed.
That's fair.
Okay, Luce and Ariel, you guys are the closest there. You guys, so you guys have seen Wreckborn, you know, whether up close and personal, like Reeve or whatnot. They tend to move very, you know, disjointed because, you know, their limbs are literally disjointed. Atalan Drift is moving like surprisingly smoothly.
Moving like a person.
Yes. He sits himself down again, like sits right down in a very comfortably, almost crisscross position, but less crisscross and more knees out, but his feet pressed flat together.
She'll sit, and because this is just what Luce does, is she'll sit in front of him and she just mirrors him. This is what kind of she's always done with Drift. And she'll just point to the bracers that are kind of the connecting joints.
Ariel will sit also just off to the side, letting them have this moment.
Luce, as you gesture to him, he'll remove the bracers and sit them in front of him. Is this all that is left of who I was?
Well, you also have a skull. It has elven features on it. It's probably yours.
Goes up and touches the skull and is like, realizes he can't feel anything. And then his head will come back up. You were young. And I found you.
Yeah. We've been together for the better part of maybe 60 years.
60 years is
You're
a
my
long
favorite.
time.
You're my favorite person. You always been.
And what happened? How did I get these back? How did I get me back?
I don't know. I ain't smart enough to tell you that. I'm sorry.
He's gonna again look to you and then like apologize. Like he goes, I'm sorry. I'm forgetting my manners. Can I ask your names?
Well, that's Echo. Holding on to you.
Looks almost like,
Echo waves from the arm.
is this another type of elf that has evolved in my absence?
No, Echo's just Echo. Ain't nobody else like them.
So Echo is still on like his arm,
Uh-huh.
and so Echo is moving one hand and just.
They are a very distressing individual. But I find
Echo
their
gets that a lot.
I find their presence quite soothing.
Yeah.
Happens to all of us, really. Again, hi. I'm Ariel. No last name that I know of.
It's nice to meet you, Ariel.
Heard a lot about you. Moose talks about you a lot, so it's Nice to finally meet you face to face.
He looks to you, Reaver, and he says, "Did you too retain and regain a grasp on who you are?"
I've known you 9 months, buddy. Not remember me? And that's me very much deflecting.
I'm sorry, it is, everything is a rushing haze at this moment. I cannot discern what was past, what is present, and if I am glimpsing the future.
That's fine. It's Reaver. I've been keeping Luce in trouble and safe while you stayed still.
Looks back at Luce and is like, yes, I looked after you.
Mm-hmm.
Then looks back at Reaver, and I suppose in that regard I owe you thanks for taking after a charge which I failed to attend to.
You owe me nothing, Atalan or Drift, however you want to be known by me, because you found me like you found Luce. The pair of you did.
And we fought him, and we won.
You didn't win!
We won.
I literally just formed. I couldn't even swim with this.
I danced around your bric-a-brac ass.
Later.
You speak in a manner most eclectic. He's going to look at Echo and like, and who you are, Echo.
Echo is Echo, yes.
Echo speaks in the third person.
Well, Echo isn't just one person, so Echo addresses them all.
Nods as if that makes perfect sense. Looks to Feather and is like, you give off an aura of something wrong. And then Feather's going to look to Euless and go, darling, I don't think your dad likes me.
That's not my dad. You haven't met him yet.
At which point Drift is going to kind of snap back and be like, yes, you used to say that your father was out there and your father would come and get you one day.
I did. I was a naive little heartbroken child. I grew out of it.
This is all so much.
It is. If you need a break, or if you got questions that you need answered, I can try. You took care of me, and I take care of you.
Was my body ever found?
No. Funnily enough, I asked about you to Primordial, Kahamno. I annoyed that poor Primordial with questions, but said that they had no concept of being annoyed. But Adelan has no tune. Your body and your vestiges were lost when you fell. And to reunite all of it together would then, bring the deep sea elves and the sea elves back together. is kind of the story that was told.
I don't know where to begin. Is there any way to fix this?
If you want me to look for one, I will. I got 420 years left in me. I don't mind looking. But I'm good with dead things.
And that is what I am.
No. You're Adlan.
As you say those words, a familiar voice is going to speak that you are all going to hear.
Fuck.
And this voice is not only recognizable, but incredibly annoying. As it goes, so all of this time, Great Hero Atalan is actually weird, creepy, walking bric-a-brac men like that one. And you guys here, I don't know if you'll remember the Grecan Ocean merfolk who pickpocketed you all.
Oh my god. Yes.
Luce immediately stands up and she has tooth in her hand.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What is the saying about messengers and not being decapitated?
It's only if the message is given.
Didn't
Start
really
talking.
get chance to before great revelation of history.
Okay, well, get over it.
I come with message. Straight from Silverfish. Sees Echo like, that is a weird pet.
They aren't a pet.
Yeah, Kara's gonna draw one of the rapiers. Message. Now.
Silverfish wants to speak. Very important things have happened in Atlan.
And
And you are to be given safe passage. Come speak. Surface world is interfering with things that Silverfish would like.
To repeat my colleague here. And
And you have a reply?
looks back to the group. Do we?
Luce is gonna look at Feather and tap the side of her head.
Feather will establish the mental connection.
Celia, can you relay a message to Reaver for me?
Of course.
And Feather will hear the dissonance in Luce's head right now that is going on.
Okay.
Like the scales are tipping back and forth and back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Will you tell Reaver that this one, if I have a say in it, is not going back to the Silverfish with this information?
Reaver, you will feel that mental connection established between you and Feather as he says, Luce doesn't think this one should be allowed to leave here. If they leave, they'll have information about the finding of Atalan, which I'm sure someone will find some way to twist that, but they'll also have information on Echo's location.
I'm aware, and I want to talk to the Silverfish about that.
Okay, I'll tell Luce. Comes back, the mental connection drops, establishes with you, Luce. Reaver says he wants to talk to the Silverfish about something to do with Echo.
Fine. Echo stole Drift from me. But I'm not gonna steal Echo from Reaver. And Luz puts Tooth back on her hip.
Okay. Feather will relay that to you, Reaver. They will relay the Luce will talk to the Silverfish.
Does he relay the other part?
I honestly don't think he would.
Okay. Well, do you count odds? I'm going to say out loud to this Grekin.
He will go, not entirely sure of what you mean by counting odds.
Well, that's twice now I'm keeping you safe.
And is that supposed to do something?
No, just a coincidence. I will come speak to the Silverfish. My companions can come with if they want. Is that happy? Last time they only wanted me for some job, so they should be fine talking to me. We left on talkable terms.
The Silverfish has said that this time they might require more help.
That's fine, but they can still talk to one if there are problems. We will come, but I assume it's the same place as before?
Shakes head. New location. It is a safe house. Just in case. On the border of the frozen salt ocean and our home of the Grecan Ocean.
I see. And it's dangerous right now, correct? That's why they've moved.
A lot of people are trying to avoid the frozen salt ocean. Makes it a bit better for a place to not be disturbed.
I was more meaning the reason you're there is the Silverfish might be in danger or there are problems, as you pointed out.
Oh, yes.
Wonderful. So then it's a very obvious suggestion that you are in danger. I have this wonderful friend you didn't get to meet before. This is Feather. Feather is very good at memorizing things. Feather, please get the location in case this Grekin dies, so we can help Silverfish.
Am I getting
You understand, of course. Your boss would want this. We have to meet them, and you're expendable.
How am I getting this? The sensible way or the painful way?
Sensible.
What's going to happen to you is I'm going to read your mind. You can try and resist. If you do, it will hurt. Could also leave you unable to retain short to long-term memories. You could be stuck in this moment for the rest of your life.
Oh.
There was a play about it where I'm from. You have that choice. And then he's going to cast Detect Thoughts. And he will attempt to probe deeper. I'm going to make just a charisma saving throw here for this pit. It's an 11.
That's hot.
They do resist, but their resistance is like Feather is a tidal wave, and they're a piece of A4 paper. So it's you actually see Feather almost go like as if like wow, okay. Before he battles through, and he gets the information, and it's like, I know the location. What do we do with this one now? If you ask me, and he's going to look at Echo. Are you hungry?
Echo can always eat.
Looks back at Reaver. Very obvious he's, and again, Echo, you'd probably be able to pick this up. You can. It's very easy to tell when Feather is being serious and when he's being, for lack of a better way of saying it, a dick.
Yeah.
He's not being serious. He's trying to instill some fear into this guy. However, what I will say is you guys would be able to understand, or at least Echo, because of how you can read auras. Reaver, because of how close you guys are. It's that little bit of reveling in it. It's the
enjoyment of superiority.
It's the lich. It's not. It's the lich part that's going, I enjoy the fact that I can make this guy scared. While that's going on, Ariel, you've been quite quiet for a minute. How's Ariel reacting to what's happening here?
Ariel is contemplating things. And weirdly enough, it's the thought of like, I want to do this to protect someone important, but I don't want to upset the crew about it. And is basically just going through in his mind at the thought of, if this Grekin doesn't have a tongue, he can't tell about Adelan.
That's very true.
What's that about?
They could write.
That is also true.
And mind reading.
Yeah, there are plenty of ways to get information out of someone without a tongue.
There's also... Ariel's actually going to look to Feather.
Right?
And
Feather will engage the mental connection with yourself, Ariel.
I have a thing,
Okay.
and I want to make sure that our new friend is safe.
Okay.
If I cast a spell on him to forget our dear friend, you think that could work?
If
He could be safe?
if I'm correct in my observation of their mental securities, which I'm fairly sure I am, considering they are now like soggy paper, it should be relatively easy for something like modify memory.
I don't have that, but I have command.
Command will lose its effect as they distance themselves from you.
We gotta make sure he doesn't. We gotta make sure he's safe. Any thoughts?
Nothing that I'm capable of doing. The only way I can
Same.
ensure Echo's safety is by killing this person.
I was thinking because of Adelan.
There is also that.
Yeah. She just got back to him. I hate to put him in danger like this.
Going to come out with you guys. I'm going to go back to the greater party right now. This Grecan Ocean merfolk is floating there, looking over you all, for saying, "Am I to tell the silverfish that you will be arriving as quick as possible, or are you taking scenic route?"
Well, you said it's dangerous, didn't you? So this time you're traveling with us.
I have
Non-negotiable.
everything is negotiable.
Okay. You know, there is an element of right to that. But the silverfish wants us to be there, and we don't want you harmed per se. Feather, what's the thing? I really can't put my finger on it.
Feather's going to look at you and go, "Okay." And then Feather's going to look at them and raise his finger. And then twist and point with it.
And I'm going to cast Hold Person at the same time.
On who?
The Grecan. In case this doesn't instantly kill.
Hold Person, what's the save on that, please?
Wisdom 14, or they are paralyzed for a minute.
Wisdom 14. Let's see. I'm going to re-roll that. Because that wasn't really a roll. That was more of a slide on the page.
Is it
Okay.
a slide tackle?
It's more like I flicked the hand to roll it, and not really like it just like it goes flat and then just slides like that. It did that. It was a nat 1, and I was like, I'm gonna re-roll that just to be fair, and I re-rolled it and got a 3. So the
let's
hold person goes into effect. You all now get to see Feather do the thing. He gestures towards this person, and you see his guys drop, and the lich comes out, and he's going to use Finger of Death. And Finger of Death is Constitution saving throw. He's going to use his specific Finger of Death, because I have to specify that. So Constitution saving throw from this person, that's cocked. Stop rolling into the gutter dice. 17 plus 2, that's a total of 19, is a fail. So time to roll some dices for damages.
Please.
By all means, listen, Ariel, if somehow Feather doesn't kill, I've got this person for a minute. Kill him. Oh, yeah.
I will say Echo has moved off of and away from Adelan. His guess is where he's at. I'm just like, names, Adelan. And it's just like, okay, we're gonna deal with this. Now it's just like, I have been slashed. We're gonna deal with that. But yeah. There's off to the side. As a man's getting murdered.
Yeah, he is.
And that is a wisdom saving throw from them. It's a 7 in total on that, so they're not going to make that. I know that's not a wisdom saving throw, it's a con save. They just rolled the con save. They failed that. And they failed the wisdom saving throw. Okay, cool. So, a grand total of 63 necrotic damage. Now, there is some things that come into play here. So, 63 necrotic damage, but liches get a thing. That's the wrong book. Liches get a thing. Where are you? That's a seraph. We don't want a seraph. We want... Yep, lich. There we go. Lich. Lichdom of the Arcane. Whenever you kill any creature with a spell, you can add an additional effect depending on the damage dealt. Any effects with range are centered on or measured from the killed target, and if required, use the transformation DC. He dealt necrotic damage. So as the soul of this enemy leaves their body, he's able to siphon off part of their life force. He regains temporary hit points equal to his intelligence modifier plus his, it says character level, so I'm going to take that as spellcaster level. So, he reaches out and you see him for the first time. He's always joking about this finger, but you watch as he points and twists, and this ghostly manifestation of his hand comes out and then twists round to just right towards him, and it plunges right into this Grecan merfolk's heart, and like that their entire pallor greys and they just float idly as they're dead. No sound, no nothing. Like the passing of a final breath.
Well, that fixed that problem really quickly.
And as that happens, Luce, the necklace that you have, glows. As he now has 2 souls. When the guise comes back up, the eyes don't change. The eyes are still black with the green irises and black pupils. Now, an interesting thing comes into play here, guys, for the party. Reaver says he wants to speak to the silverfish, but he'll be arriving when the messenger will not.
Well,
Go ahead, Ariel.
sorry, no, you're about to go start.
I was about to ask the party, like, what do they want to move ahead with here?
Yeah, it just turns back to the parties and just. Well, it's a good thing that I say good, but it's convenient that I'm being hunted down, and we have an excuse for why their messenger is dead. Good job, Feather.
Feather doesn't answer, he's just looking at his hand with a slight smile on his face.
Celia.
Yes.
Celia.
Yes.
Thalia.
Turns and looks at Euless. And I'll make a saving throw on that one. Turns and looks at you, and after a couple of seconds of really hard locking your eyes, the black recedes. And their eyes go to the necklace.
Thank you, Feather, but I need Celia right now.
Before we get into that, Echo, you can't really make out what happens there because you don't perceive that passing of magic. Not the way you perceive things. You see this messenger's body just start to float idly.
So, I'm gonna roll to see if Echo understood something that preceded the death. Real quick. Cool. That's 19. Since it's been talked about around them, they understand what happened there between Reaver and Feather. Have they seen it used? No. However, Echo is now closer to a shade of Viridian. Echo is uneasy, Echo is pacing, Echo is not happy. But Echo is not saying anything, Echo is not approaching anyone. Echo is on the outskirts, just watching.
Okay.
If someone wants to insight check them, I can tell you when it happened. When the shift happened.
I'll give you that.
But no one has to. Because, you know, a whole murder was happening.
Honestly, Feather probably would.
Feather was murdering.
Yeah.
Same with Reaver. Reaver has to concentrate.
Feather was liching.
Yeah, Feather was murdering, Reaver was part of the murder, Luce is having a whole time. Like I said.
Yeah.
It's still an 18 insight, so.
What's my bonus for insight? So, I can take a picture as well, but that is a natural 20 for a 23.
Smashing. So a 23 and an
Okey
18. That's up
dokey.
to you if that's enough, Echo.
It is. I had my number in my head.
Okay.
They're both more than enough. It started, they were pretty much fine until, Reaver referred to Feather as Celia. And then it got so much worse with what Luce said to Feather.
Oh, the Celia, I need you right. Thank you, Feather, but I need
Thank you.
Celia right now.
But I need Celia. Yep. But no, that's all. That is where.
I will put that in the back of my head and come back to it later. I don't think just one person is going to talk to this silverfish, Reaver.
So, here's the thing. That, to my knowledge, was a mental communication.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
The want to go. Because it wasn't expressed that I split one. It was me. So the open conversation was the back and forth. But the actual I want to talk because of Echo, that was a mental to Feather only.
Yeah, no, that's my fault. I apologize. Yep. Rewind. So do we actually want to go see what this whole thing was about. I think our new friend, his discovery is only to us again. But at the same time, do we want to entertain someone looking for us about some favor they want?
Let's take some rest. We need to speak with Marisol about this as well.
Yeah.
And I have a question about Feather chewing Archie out. I know Echo was there. Were the others there? Was that a public situation?
No, that was very much between Feather and Reaver and Echo, who Feather addressed beforehand and was like, there's going to be a lot of things said here, you might not understand all of them, but if you ask me, I'll happily explain them to you.
Cool.
But yeah, so that would have been between the three of them.
I won't publicize then. I'm not going to publicly chew the Feather. Basically, it's going to be the inverse at some point of the finger thing. Reaver doesn't realize it's going to pull out the Lich. And now it does. Because he's like, oh, just kill him. But then seeing that happen, he's like, we're never doing that again.
Right, okay. So Reaver's saying to everybody to settle down and rest. Okay.
Luce, you spend time. I'm gonna get rid of evidence.
Through this whole thing, Luce, Drift has been has like moved closer to you, almost in like an observatory way. Like, this is what I used to do. So this is what I know to do.
She's just gonna look up at him and smile and just say, you don't have to be somebody you're not anymore. It's alright. You can just be you.
I like to think that if I was still alive and I found a child wandering alone, that I would do exactly what I did then.
To be fair, I was like 20.
A child by elvish comparison.
An adult by Cicalian comparison. I'm half and half, so.
Then surely the halfway mark would be 50.
Fine.
So you were a child.
Fine. I was a lost child.
It's okay. I am very used to being correct.
You're gonna get along very well with Feather.
The undead
Yes.
who just killed a merfolk.
To protect you.
I will contemplate on this situation.
That might be for best, honestly.
They go back to a quiet, stagnant form. Reaver has proposed settling down to rest. Does anybody get anything they want to do before taking a rest? Also, a reminder, you guys are at Drift's shack, so there is like a building here.
Zalkeep had something. I saw you about to say something when Tom said that they were going to try and bury evidence. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Echo, what would you like to do?
So it also depends on Ariel, because if Ariel said that they were going to go take care of evidence, Echo would actually move from where they were, move up to Ariel, and not in an aggressive way at all, in what could look like an entirely friendly way, put a hand on Ariel's shoulder and which go, Echo will handle it.
Echo
And-
will get,
Hmm?
Echo will get their meal. I actually want, if it's okay with you, to talk. But you will get your meal.
You want to talk with Echo?
Yes.
And to be clear, what Ariel feels the second that Echo's hand lands on their shoulder is a seething anger and a frustration. But Echo, still
Yeah.
very calm speaking, goes,
Yeah.
can Echo take care of the body first?
Yes. Let's move off to the side, but yes. And then make sure he doesn't have anything we can use before your meal.
You can check him.
Yeah.
Echo will eat after. And Echo will move away from Ariel.
And then I'm gonna pat this motherfucker down, see if he's got anything we can use.
He's got a wee bag of gold. He's got a bunch of other messages that were going to other people, written in some kind of cipher, some kind of code.
Give me 1 second. I actually have, I have a document of, inventory. Yes, so don't forget. Okay, so. And. Okay. So I got a bag of gold, load of messages, written in a code.
Yep.
That it?
Pretty much, yep.
Alright, cool. Okay.
And then after that, Ariel, you're going for your rest.
Let's save this. I'm gonna wait and just. They're good. Enjoy. To Echo.
Echo will head in.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel sorry for Malwith. In a way, how Echo consumes this merfolk is, in my personal opinion, worse than the sharks. Because what Echo does is Echo moves it away from Ariel. Echo hunches down over it, scanning the party, scanning around. It's very animalistic.
Uh-huh.
And they tear him apart. But it's not fast like it was with the sharks.
Mm-hmm.
It's piece by piece. It is section by section, limb by limb. It is individual organs, individual pieces. And it is them getting this anger out, this violence out with this corpse.
I like it.
Until it is no more. And they head back.
Oh.
Hmm?
I had to think.
Hmm?
Feel better? What color is Echo, by the way, right now? After all that?
Viridian.
Still dead.
I'm assuming, sorry to interrupt, but just to check, that ripping is loud and public, so it's going to catch the attention of people.
Actually, funnily enough, like, if you're tearing something slowly, you don't really hear it. Fast, you would hear that because, like, joints would pop and stuff. Slow, you wouldn't hear a lot.
You'll hear certain bones
Mm-hmm.
and such, but that would be about it. They are perfectly close by. They're only like 15 feet away, 10
it's
feet
just-
away. Like,
yeah,
but
just
it's
so I know
just
the-
not as loud. No.
Cool. All I need to know is I've seen the green echo, and I'm like, right.
Yep. I also envision it moving like a good, like, maybe 50 feet away.
No,
Okay.
15.
Okay.
1-5.
Yes.
Gotcha.
The back of Ariel or something.
You okay?
No.
Do you want to talk about it?
As much as Echo genuinely appreciates the offer, it is something Echo will need to talk about with certain people,
I understand.
but if you wish to hear it, you may, but
If-
it will not solve anything.
That's fine. It is not my business. But I just wished to offer a listening ear if you needed it.
Certain attitudes were shown that Echo is very familiar with.
I see.
You need something from someone, you use them for that purpose, and then if it doesn't suit you anymore, you change them to what you do want. Not you, to be clear. You did not. At all.
Okay. Well, if you do need to talk at all, ever, about anything bothering you, I will always listen.
Echo will reach out and will lightly press their hand to Ariel's shoulder, and there is that still seething anger, but there is a bit of genuine gratitude that sits there as well. And they pull their hand back.
And I'm sorry I pushed too far during our first conversation. You did deserve that.
Echo knows you are coming from a good place. It was not your fault that Echo could not handle it.
It was still my fault for springing it on you hours after we met.
We can talk about that later.
Yes.
Currently, Echo is in a very similar headspace, and Echo desperately needs to not.
I
to not.
I understand. I understand. I'm glad you know that the offer stands.
A little shoulder pat, and then Echo is leaving.
Okay.
This is called Malice.
Malif just waves from the outskirts like, before you ask, I have no idea what's going on.
Wasn't asking that. I'm ready for my first lesson.
Right. Okay. We'll see if you are. And he will go and he'll walk you through a lesson on basic swordsmanship before he retires to go for a long rest.
Yeah, same.
Anything else the party would like to do before long resting?
Does Echo avoid the party?
Echo's not going up to anyone in the party except Feather. Echo will get closer to Feather, but won't talk to, won't touch Feather. And it's not even like Echo is gravitating towards Feather or anything. It's just, to describe it a little bit better, Echo is actively avoiding everyone else in the party. So if someone gets a little closer, they'll move away. But if Feather gets a little closer, they won't move away. It's not like they're actively seeking him out.
Okay.
Others, Malice, they also don't avoid. But that's it. It's just the NPCs.
Cool. It'd be a conversation with Feather, but that can easily happen like during the long rest.
Okay.
How's Liz looking? You
Is
want
Reaver
that?
actively?
Yeah.
I think as soon as Drift went still again and just kind of not went still, just kind of like stopped moving and just settled. She's just kind of sitting near him and leaning up against him, which Reaver has seen her do many a time. And it's to the point where like she leans her head back and like her tentacles are kind of wrapped around the leg portion of him, and she's just looking up at him. But she's not saying anything, she's not moving, she's still got her shield on her arm. She's not really there.
You're just gonna get the overlook. Go ahead, Bran.
I was going to say I was going to ask if that was everything, but you started speaking, so I'm assuming you've got
It's
something.
just checking in. Is Luz actually there? It's like, oh, they're looking up. Just like, literally lean over till the eyes can interlock with the glow of my helmet.
Yes, Reaver.
I'm gonna insight you, as I'm gonna simply say,
Go ahead.
are you itching for a fight? Ten.
I got a 7. Hey. And she just kind of, you see her frown, and then you see kind of this like look in her eyes that is similar to what you've seen before whenever she rages, but it's got something like else behind it. And then her like face softens, and then it does it again, and then softens, and she's just like, not tonight, maybe tomorrow, I don't know.
I didn't say a dance. Are you itching for a fight? What's wrong?
I'm fine.
Okay, I'm gonna sit on them. And just be like, cool.
Ah, D10 of
You wanna be-
questioning damage. Gotcha.
You want to be petulant?
She just lets you. Like,
Yeah,
she just lets
I'm
you.
going. What's up?
Just puts her. She moves her head away from Drift's leg and then puts it on the back of Reaver's armor.
Mhm.
And then just wraps her arms around you.
I will scooch off them so they can properly hug, and then I'll give the reply hug with the one arm, and then I'll just again say, "What's up?"
So much. Living through history. Ain't it grand? Can we do this in the morning and not right this moment?
Of course,
Okay.
I'm just checking in because something's eating at you.
Lots. But if you want, I'll give you a question and I'll give you an answer.
A fair trade. Question for a question. After
You go first. No, you asked first. You came over here.
What's got you so angry?
I don't know most of the time, but it's comfortable being angry. It's nice being angry, finally. After so long of not being angry. But at the same time, I'm not always angry. But right now, a lot of things. Satisfied?
I would say like, but you could fish that for a second question, I guess, if you don't want to tell me what they are.
In the morning.
Fine. We'll make sure you sleep well.
Ugh.
Your turn.
Oh. Why didn't... Why didn't Celia come back whenever you said his name? But then, when I did, he did.
You want my honest guess?
You known him longer than I have.
Because he doesn't care about me.
That ain't fucking true.
No, you'll see like a serious look. Celia only cares enough to snap for you.
That ain't true.
We had words. I don't know. But I'm glad you can pull them out.
I don't want to do it by myself. I'm fine with Feather. I'm fine with Celia. They're the same fucking person. They'll always be the same fucking person to me. It's not two halves of a whole. It's just one fucking whole. A name for a name. A story for a story. A question for a question. It's all it ever is. And I'm fine with that. But I don't want to do this on my own.
The good old sibling shoulder squeeze. As you're gonna get that. You won't be alone.
Good. Prefer it that way.
Are you falling asleep on me today? Or am I gonna work on weapons? As you're like still like wrapped around.
I don't know. Do you miss Tooth?
No. Homestead.
I'm fine being wedged between two Wreckborn like I used to be.
Okay.
You were less friendly, but now you're more friendly. It's a little weird, but I'm okay with it. It's improvement. It's growth.
I mean, I put on a couple pounds.
You put on a couple feet.
No feet, just legs. And a chest plate.
And a helmet.
No, I already had that one.
And a new hand.
Oh, okay. That one is new.
From when I met you. So yeah.
Oh!
That's fine.
Is that if I like me? By the way, sorry. Accidentally, might have, hear me out, accidentally desecrated one of your statues at a temple. Didn't mean it. Put the hand back. Hope we're good.
They snap like right back and like, I'm really sorry. I stopped paying attention to a lot of things and started thinking about something.
That's completely fair. This is your first day being awake. Again, any questions? I'll try and answer them. But yeah,
I think I would like to rest for some time.
You need to. It's the most active and most talkative you've been in literal decades, I think. Granted, for you, a couple centuries. What's a couple centuries between friends?
They hunker themselves down. They kind of wiggle a little bit to try and get a groove into like the silt, and then they just go still. Does anybody have anything else they would like to do?
I think Luce is gonna be in this weird Wreckborn sandwich for a bit. And then she's going to motion for Feather to join her, like they usually do, and have Feather basically lay his head in her lap while she sits with her back against Reavers
Yeah,
and her side leaning against Drift.
Feather will do it. Feather immediately answers to your gesture and he comes over and he lays his head down. He turns his head to look up to you and he just says, I'm sorry.
We'll talk in the morning.
He nods.
She'll kiss his forehead.
As she goes to kiss his forehead, he's going to like lift his chin so that she ends up kissing him.
I will swap. Yep, I will swap out with Feather then. And I'm gonna slowly just do the same thing I did last time. Echo being nervous, and I'm just gonna slowly, every time Echo gets further away, I'm gonna just slowly through the night, because I've noticed they've not come to sleep. Because it's very clear the anger, I'm like, cool. We're gonna slowly talk this out. But that again can absolutely be a next session thing, because I can see the time.
Next session, we'll deal with the cat and mouse game. That is going to be that scenario.
Yeah.
Then in that case, that's a good place for us to wrap for today's session then. No after credit scene. There's been enough lore dropped. We don't need anything else. Thank you for everybody coming to see us. Thank you to my players for the amazing session today. And thank you for taking me on a fucking wild ride, because none of this was planned. Well, sorry, everything was planned up until some people went, nah, we're not going to go fight the hag. We're gonna choose to live another day. Yes, some things happened, and I am going to have to go and rewrite some things. Yeah. If you like what you've seen here, please do go check out all of our social medias. We are at World Tree Quests on absolutely everything. Most likely the TikTok is not going to be active for quite some time because of bullshit happening across the pond. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start taking clips and stuff that I get. Keep an eye on the YouTube and also keep an eye on our Instagram. I'm going to start dropping things there. Other than that, if you want to see anything that I do personally, again, because of shit going on across the pond, technically you can't, because I'm not using my TikTok right now. And I'm not sure I want to give it my other social medias, because as I've pointed out, my mother is an Irish Catholic and she will kill me with a kitchen utensil. I'm going to pass on to my players. Kyle, anything that you would like to plug at all?
It's the usual. Just if you want to find me to start playing, you can find me at Just Kyle if you want me to be in the DM seat instead of the player seat. I've run a bunch of campaigns, but nothing new. There'll be stuff I again keep planning to work on, but real life has been absolutely wonderful this month. So no, I'm good.
Oh, pardon me. Ariel, anything for you at all?
Hi everyone, I'm That One Warlock. I make the saddest characters you've ever seen on the internet. You can find me across all social medias at That One Warlock, and if you like seeing me play a little twink, you can find me most days of the week put in various other APs. On Monday you can find me on the Starfield with the ever so radiant Madness Diamond. in a game of Werewolf the Apocalypse, where I play the Theurge Glasswalker, Travis Malcolms, who has just the most adorable little spider companion living in his phone named Cheese. On Tuesdays, you can find me on Game Raider Girl's Twitch channel playing a different kind of archaeologist, Backer Jostrums, the Circle of the Moon druid who wild shapes exclusively into dinosaurs. And that's a fun trip. And then on Wednesdays, you can find me on Dyson Autism's Twitch channel playing as everyone's favorite werewolf Dilf, Connor Hottison, the Blood Hunter Barbarian, who is getting ready for a big battle coming our way, so combat, yay. And then you can find me here every Thursday. So that's me.
Fantastic. Thanks very much for that there, Tom. Diamond, anything that you would like to plug at all?
Hiya, I'm Madness Diamond, but since we're friends now, you can call me Diamond. I'm a TTRPG actual player, a writer, an author, and cosplayer, content creator, all that bullshit. You can find me on all my socials at Madness Diamond, unless you're looking for me on TikTok, then Madness Diamond 2.0. On Mondays, you can find me on the Starfield with our lovely That One Warlock, where I play Soiree, the Ragabash Silverfang, in our Guardians of Neptune's Cairn, the Werewolf the Apocalypse W5 edition Chronicle. And then on Tuesdays, you can find myself in our lovely Selkie Cove. Over on Dinner in a Game, where we are usually playing Emerald Sanctums, our World of Darkness multi-splat, where I play Bay, the very, very human squishy hunter, who is not a threat, just gay with a death wish. And an Oracle of Apollo. I feel like I should drop that sometimes. And they are a Martyr Creed hunter, and I use the old editions of Hunter the Reckoning from the 90s, combined with Hunters Hunted, as my playbooks. And then on Thursdays, you can find me here on Wall Street Quest, where I play Melusine Lucivestra, your lovely Battlemaster fighter who's going through it. And then coming up on, I believe it is, as the nerds may say, May the 4th be with you. I will be over on May 4th on Telltale Hearts channel. I don't have a time frame quite yet, but I will be in their first BIPOC Star Wars charity event, where we are, I believe, benefiting for... I can't remember who we're benefiting for, but I'll have to check later. But that will be posted on my socials. I infamously have only seen 2 Star Wars properties, and I'm about to see a third to make sure I can play this game. But yeah, I get to be at a lovely table with some lovely creators, and I'm very excited to be part of that event. So... And then you should keep an eye on my socials, because Sphinx Takasha might have announced a project that's coming very soon that I might be a part of with somebody else that's also in this cast. So, yeah, that's me.
Fantastic. And last and most certainly not least, Selkie, anything that you would like to plug at all?
Yeah, so for my actual play schedule, I'm not going to go into the characters that I make, because I make the creepy cute ones. If it's not an Eldritch Horror and mildly adorable, I'm not playing it. But you can find me on Tuesdays with the lovely Madness Diamond, playing Emerald Sanctums, where I get to play Fiocre Munin. And then on Thursdays, obviously, I am here playing Echo. Occasionally, you can find me on a Wednesday on Dinner in a Game playing Calyx. But that's if the week is spicy. And then you can find me every other Friday, one of those Fridays being this Friday, being tomorrow, playing Cyberpunk Red over on Dinner in a Game, where I get to play Jester. And then you can find me every Saturday playing Vampire the Masquerade Endless Nights. You can now find it on my Twitch channel. We are running the first full session on my Twitch channel this Saturday. So catch that. We're going to be finally decompressing after a arc has wrapped up. So if you want to join for the first time, that is actually a good session to do it on. And then Sphinx Akasha has announced a project that Diamond and I are both a part of, because Sphinx is currently the champion of bards, but that title is current, and we'll see how long that holds. So catch hints of that moving forward. Also, if you want to see me doing live projects, like in-person, Gen Con this year, I'm hosting panels. I am part of live plays. 2 panels that I am hosting Alright, being transgender in the TTRPG scene, BIPOC edition. I will not be on that panel whatsoever. I am just facilitating it. And then the other one is being disabled in the TTRPG scene. So if you want some educative panels, those are the ones to look for. You could also catch me running a 7th C game at Gen Con, and I might be a part of a few other games there, but that's fine. Other place you might catch me here soon, potentially next month and the month after, is in an LGBT magazine as a model. So we are going to be seeing how that goes, but that is my announcements of where you can find me in the world.
Well, there you go, guys. That's it from my players, and that's it from me. So that's it from us. Thanks for coming to see us today, folks. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch. With me today, we've had Just Kyle, we've had Selkie Cove, we've had That One Warlock, and we've had Madness Diamond. From all of us here at World Tree Quests, good night, stay safe. Hey, sometimes blood can just, cure amnesia. Who thought it? Oh, and also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good